Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Data Sim live stream. Today it's the 13th of July 2026. It's 34 minutes past 9 in the evening here in the United Kingdom. Back in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 for our first flight, I think, in over a year in the iniBuilds A350. We're in the A350-900 ULR ultra long range variant, of which there's only 7 of these aircraft built and operated by Singapore Airlines, with, believe it or not, only 161 seats, a mixture of premium economy and business class, I've been learning today. And the whole idea behind today's next overnight long-haul live stream is that, of course, England played Norway the other day. 2-1 we won, and these Norwegian fans have leased out Alpaca Airways A350-900 ULR to take them home. That's why they've got the business class seats, the premium economy. I'm not a huge, massive football fan, but obviously I'm hugely enjoying the World Cup, and obviously watched England play and beat Norway. But commiserations Norway and my Norwegian friends, but enjoy your flight home. But there we are. Yes, if you're new to the format, basically what happens is we run it live time, live weather. We're in Fort Lauderdale here with the beautiful MK studio scenery. Miami would have been probably a better suitable departure airport, but I had the studio, so we're going here. We're going to fly live time, live weather to Oslo Gardemoen, 9 hours 20 minutes. I'll take off. I'll spend a couple of hours with you from now, and then I'll put it on autopilot, go to bed, start a 7-hour timer, come back, and then the last sort of hour and a half of the flight, I'll have some breakfast with you guys in the morning before we land into Oslo. We've done a number of these before. They're quite popular, and it's been about 6 months since we last did it, so it's the perfect time to do it. Anyway, let's zoom on in towards the aircraft. I think Josiah Plays is joining us as well with Alpaca Airways. Massive thank you to Jamlin, one of my members, who painted the A350 for Alpaca Airways as well. Looks really, really nice on the A350. Of course, we're a massive fan of Airbus on this channel. If you're very new to the channel, also aware that I fly the Boeing 737 classic 60s built jet. Now obviously we've got this modern marvel of the A350, completely different to what I'm used to, but very well modelled by iniBuilds. It's basically like a flying laptop, but we're only going to load, I think, about 60 tons of fuel for this sector, which you think about, a 9-hour 20-minute flight is very efficient with these engines. Anyway, let's see, we've got here in chat today loads of members. I don't know if there's even any regular subscribers in chat, but here we go. I haven't got it on subscriber only chat. No, member only chat. No, I think I see a non-member type something, so that's fine. Dicky Dudes, hello. According to FR24, they did fly out of Fort Lauderdale. Yes, and there's an A330 that regularly flies. This is one of the few stands that can accommodate a wide-body jet here in Fort Lauderdale. There you go, Boppin' Luna, meow. He's not a member. Welcome on board, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Josiah, love Airbus. Yeah, I know. Thanks for joining me on the sector. Anyway, Garyfield, evening all. Josiah, you're going to be flying. Yeah, you're going to be early in the morning when you land in the US. Anyway, we'll sort out your giveaway, and I think Ruben Schwartz here as well. But, yeah, drop you a message. I'll sort that out tomorrow, guys. Thanks for your patience for winning the members giveaways. Listerman, I hope you're doing well. He's not a massive fan on an Airbus. No, that's true. Oh, talking about fans, I've got a fan on in the background behind me here, not my aircon. The temperature is rapidly increasing, so I might have to put the aircon on at some point because it's getting super hot, and my office door is closed because my daughter is sleeping. Who else got here? Aaron Hastings, RTC Mal, hope you're doing well. Steve, hello to you, sir. And who else? I think right at the top here. Super Cow was right at the start of the stream as well. Perfect. Proper jet, said Aaron. Yeah, it's a flying laptop, as I said. We'll manipulate the autopilot using the joystick at some point, and then we'll put the autopilot on and extend the tray table and enjoy the rest of the sector chilling out. Anyway, Mike, hope you're doing well. Evening all. I wish and I'd wish to second Airbus. Yes, well, we love Airbus here on the channel. Anyway, I've removed the engine covers and the pitot tubes. That's all I've done pre-flight. That you can see I'm sat there with my baseball cap on backwards. Well, you can't see because of the reflection. But yeah, credit to iniBuilds. It's improving constantly, this aircraft. I see it's had a number of updates since we last flew. I think a number of people experienced WASM crashes, but this is as modern as you can get with commercial aviation. Ultra efficient wing, ultra efficient engines, and yeah, you know, 787 A350s, the ultimate sort of long haul jet that's flying today. Anyway, I love the old quad jets, not there's many of those flying around. Anyway, let's jump on into the cockpit. It's very hot here, I think, in Fort Lauderdale. What is it now? 33 degrees Celsius, about 4:30 in the afternoon. But there we are. Completely cold and dark. You can see all the laptop screens are off. We'll get it powered up. I'm following the included checklist to get the aircraft set up. Joe's Rage, yes, G-Tray is That's the registration. Golf Tanker Romeo Alpha Yankee. Brilliant. Joe Drage in chat, everyone. Massive congratulations. He was part of the Speedberg Academy program, and he's just passed his LST. He's going to be flying the A320 very soon. Congratulations, Joe. And you've been well, I remember when you joined as a spotty teenager talking about becoming a pilot, and now you're going to be flying an A320 for one of the most classic airlines of all. So well done, buddy. Anyway, yeah, P-Tech, absolutely an incredible aircraft from a technical perspective, and yeah, we'll start firing up all the computers and getting everything set up for this sector. Anyway, it's completely cold and dark. The first thing we need to do is get the batteries on, of which there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we are, and we'll turn on the generators. Here we go. There we are. It's clunking to life. You can hear all those, I guess, circuit breakers opening and closing. I don't know. It makes lots of clunks and sounds, but there we are. It's doing various safety tests in progress, dings and dongs and whatever it has to do in the background. Have a look at the cell call, so Josiah. Oh, what is the cell? Where can I see that? It's underneath the reg somewhere on this aircraft. I have to have a look in a second. I love the little detail of the SADICOM there for the headsets, for a bit of hygiene. There we are. Look, it's powering up and doing all of its various tests here. I hope that's just self-tests and we actually don't have faults. We'll carry on with the setup. Functions not available. RMP authorization required capability. ENGM warnings. Does it usually do that? I hope so. We'll have to do a full restart otherwise if you have any problems. Aaron Lovemere, good clunky relay. You hear one every time you disco the autopilot on the A320. That's pretty cool. Oh look, the warnings have gone, thank goodness. Right, we've got some electrical power, external power. We'll get the RS alignment ongoing, so we'll select that to nav, and then pretty much the integration with Microsoft Flight Simulator and all the plugins like Navigraph and SimBriefer with this. So we're going to go here to Flight Plan Ops. No, we're not. We're going to go to Flight Ops Stus SimBrief import. There we are. So we're Alpaca 21 Echo November, and we'll go from Fort Lauderdale to Oslo Gardemoen. There we are. So we've done that, and we'll go here to ground. Full SimBrief integration. So we'll go to GSX menu here. Request boarding. Boarding requested. We'll use Aircraft Service International Group. The air bridge will connect, and yeah, 161 passengers. That's all that this aircraft can accommodate with the premium economy and business layout. Yeah, some people can see what I did there. Brilliant. Listen, the lineup of the outermost screens will never enrage me. It's such a design flawed to my eyes. But the angle is a bit interesting, that's for sure. Anyway, cargo doors are opening, and the air bridge is connecting to the sort of L2 door there, which is pretty cool. Excellent. So that's what we'll do for now. The cargo's coming on. The fueling, I think you can use GSX. I think what I did yesterday was sort of just press SimBrief import, 0 fuel weight and fuel updated, set the 0 fuel weight, set the fuel, instant refuel, loading fuel please wait, and there you go. You can see it's fully seated now with this premium economy and business class configuration. GSX boarding started anyway. Yeah, it did this yesterday. I think it's a bug because I said fuel on board. You can see here set fuel 6242. It's instant refueled, but it said 12. It says 12 tons. So I don't know why or how to get it updated properly. Maybe I'll go further away or press it again later. But yeah, I won't use GSX to refuel the aircraft. I'll try one more time. Yeah, look, it won't let me do it. Instant refuel, but it says 12 tons. I don't know if I need to update it in the FMS. Bypass pin inserted. Cool, so we've done that. Charts I can pre-select here as well. So terminal charts, Fort Lauderdale, going to be departing off 10 right for us, and it'll be a Phoelax 2. Let's find that there. Phoelax 2. I know you're. No, I need to select departure. There we are. So Phoelax 2 on departure, and we'll use the fancy zoom in ND for the taxi map later, but I'll also select the airport charts here regardless. There we are, and you can see our little aircraft symbol, which is pretty cool. You can do it after GSX is done. Okay, cool, I'll make sure that's complete. So I pre-selected my charts, the weight's loaded, and we'll now load up the sort of flight management computer. So latest SimBrief, oh no it's not. God damn it, I thought I'd done that correctly. 23rd of March, 19th of April. How do I update the SimBrief profile? I thought it's not in the Navigraph hub, is it? I sort of did a half test sector. I probably shouldn't update it whilst the sim's running, but it doesn't show the A350. Do you have to upgrade or update the Navigraph here? Hopefully someone will. Hopefully someone will know in chat. Right, FMS1 is selected. We'll go to init here. Active. Oh gosh, it's a modern marvel. Flight ops options third party. I guess you can do it in game, and I don't need to restart the ops library. Uh oh. Why is that? Flight ops options. Flight ops. Where's that, buddy? Flight ops options. Maintenance, ground equipment, or is that along the bottom here? Flight ops menu. Aha! Hold on, we're going somewhere now. Update nav date. Flight ops options third party. Flight ops. Oh, sorry about this, guys. I thought I did it yesterday. Bottom left button. Flight ops menu. Options. Aha! Third party. Got you. I did all this yesterday. Update nav data. Uh-oh. I don't like how it's stalled. Oh, no, perfect. Navigraph nav data updated. Yay! 9th of July, 5th of August. Perfect. Cheers, guys. Cheers, well, cheers, guys. Cheers, Josiah. We've got the latest database installed. Copy the flight plan from SimBrief. You don't have to do anything on this aeroplane. Just load it. Load computers. Anyway, 33 degrees. We better crank up that APU as well. It's very hot. I've put a little bit of extra fuel on the flight plan, just 15 minutes, because there's a bit of en route weather. Master switch. And we'll go here to start. There we are. Insert. There we are. So the flight plan has been inserted. We're going to go here to long range cruise. The cost index, we're going to I thought I set that to 0 on the flight plan. Yeah, I want to fly a little bit slower today, because otherwise I will only get about 6 hours sleep. I want to get 7. So that's in wind company, receiving company wind, received company wind, insert. I know, I think it's already been inserted. Right, so I've got all the lateral routing in. The SimBrief lateral routing has been imported, and the performance and SID. Well, the performance will do later, but I'll put the SID and stars in right now. So let's go back to FMS1. No, we won't. Flight plan. Perfect. So we'll select Fort Lauderdale, departure, 10 right, 2,400 meters. The SID is the FELAX 2. Transition via ETEC. Oops. ETEC. Oops. ETEC. Why won't it let me select ETEC? Oh, it's... what? Check database cycle. What? Let me just do that one more time. Clear info. Ah! It's a flipping computer plane. Right. Why is it not letting me put the... ah! Insert. Right, let me try that again. Departure. 10 right. Get me back. Now, why is it going when I select it? Oh, it's now working. Oh, it just... okay. Right. I think I've done it. It's... yeah, I thought it... when you... yeah, I thought when you selected the option on the arrow, it would actually put it in there, but it didn't. Right. After ETEC, there's a discontinuity. Have I put the wrong transition in? Let's have a look here. After ETEC, route director can it. Perfect. How do I clear a discontinuity? Do I click discontinue, delete? Temporarily insert. This is why I like the Boeing 737, guys. One of his computers. Right. Okay. Let's go to the other end. We're doing an Adopi 3 lever, so arrival. Runway. It'll be hopefully 01 left in the morning. ILS, whatever. Let's have a look here. Approach. I'm just having a look at the charts here. Let's go with ILS. ILS Yankee via Valpu. Oh no, it's some sort of transit. Oh yeah, that's perfect. We'll do ILS Yankee 01 left. Yes, it is all. I can see it's all updating in the background. Yeah. Via Valpu, and the star is an Apocalypse 3 Lima. Insert. Wonderful. Oh, I'm crap at this. Oh my gosh. Right, joke's on you. The 737 MAX 10 is coming with touchscreen CDU. I know it is, but at least it'll be based off the FMS I'm familiar with. But yeah, I do know I'll be pushing that very touchscreen CDU in the very near future. Hello Adet, yes, just in time baby. 2:90 in the morning, unfortunately off to sleep after departure. Have a lovely long flight. I should be able to catch you rather later. Perfect, thanks Steve. Big bong, ladies and gentlemen, please be aware the flight will be slightly longer than advertised. Pilot Eastern needs more sleep. Thank you for understanding. Have a pleasant flight. Watch out for camera wires on takeoff. Well, oh yeah, ooh yeah, controversy, yes. Not Norwegian, any chance? Scalper. Oh, there was always a bit of controversy, isn't there? Right, boarding's complete. Right, I've done my lateral routing, guys. I'm airbusing. Right, overhead, push all white lights. So crew supply on, recorder ground control on, auto. Okay, ADRS is selected. Exterior lights. So he wants the strobes in auto. Beacon off. Nav to position 1. Logo in the auto position. And all these lights can be off. Fueling's done, so seatbelt signs on, no smoking on, no mobile phones on. Oh, the emergency exit lights, and test the lights. Perfect. God, look at all this information I've presented here. Perfect, so enunciated test complete, back to bright, and then I best do the fire test. Oh, does it not ding? Oh yeah, there we are, perfect. Excellent. AvSim, have you heard of AVX Simulations? I haven't, and I'm guessing that's your product, AVX Sim. Welcome to the channel. I've not heard of it, sir. Sounds exciting. Anyway, oh gosh, I started the APU. It is this hot air. I best put the APU bleed on and get some lovely conditioned air into the cabin. Hopefully the pack 1 and 2 fault lights are extinguished. There we are. Lovely cool air coming in. Right then, panel scan complete. Center instrument panel. Air data set to auto. FMS to norm. Set QNH, or press the magic B button. Well, actually, we're in America, so we best set the inches of mercury. Hey, why does that say QNH 3010? I didn't notice that yesterday. Is that a bug? Surely that's meant to change the inches of mercury. Perfect. Hello, Omar. Hi, Joe. Actually did the LSD from Oslo. Passengers didn't have a lucky day. Ah, yes, the classic engine failure. Did you have to do... As a tier E, I'm very, very curious about how the airlines run things. What non-precision approach did you have to do in the Airbus? Do you have to do some sort of vertical speed approach or flight path angle or something like that? We have to do circle to land in ours. Anyway, radio tuning panel down here is pretty much configured and set. We're on Uni. Oh no, it'll be CTAF in America. Find out what the CTAF frequency is shortly. Otherwise, the RMP is set for now. Spoilers are fully retracted. Parking brake is set. Engine master switches are off and the engine start switch is in the normal position and the flaps are up. Right, so let's now do the performance for takeoff. So for that, oh well, firstly, because I think now SimBrief's done its thing, I'm just going to press set fuel again, instant refuel. Loading fuel complete. There we go, 60.2 tons. Let's just check the operational flight plan. 6242, yeah, we should have a smidge more. And I've put on here, if you look here, standard flight plan fuel plus 15 minutes for weather, which happens to be 1, 2, 3, 4 kilos, which is pretty nifty. Anyway, that's selected. Yeah, let's do the performance now. So go here, take off performance, literally press sync. No, select airport. Surely I can. Sync SimBrief, there we are. Sync weather? Weight unit tons. hectopascals meters, compute. It's got all the information it needs. There we are. 10 left? No, 10 right for departure. Oh, yeah, make sure we get the correct runway. All radios are off. Are the radios off? Oops. Flipping Airbus thing, stupid plane. Right, there we are. Is that? Have I done a thing? Can you only select one? Yeah, VHF 1. Obviously, I want to talk to VHF 2. Oh gosh. Let's turn that on and up. Otherwise, I won't hear anything. There we go. Perfect. Thanks. You know, not an Airbus pilot, especially not this thing. Right, that's all done. Why is that flashing ground at me? Lauderdale, 10 right, computed, send to FMS. Alright, let's now go here to performance. How do I find that? It's not a serve, is it? Oh my god, no. I'll do that later, don't I? Perf. I just press the performance. There we go. Alright. Is this a flight through the night sort of stream? Yes, HMS Daring 1. I've done a few of these before. I'll go to sleep, leave an autopilot, and then come back in the morning. Right, speed's correct. 34, 38, 48. Yeah. Confirmed takeoff speeds. And I guess I need to put some weights in. I need to load some weights into the FMS. So it says here, use the MFD. Go to init. Alright, done that. Active in it. Press IRS, ensure the IRS alignment's complete. Yeah. And then go to departure. Yeah, done that. Departure page has been loaded. Oh, I'm skipping a little bit of a checklist here. Right, take up performance, sync, send to FWGS. How do I put my weights in? Ah, hold on. Fuel and load. There we go. Now, I think a little bird told me if I press this and is it enter? Oh no. There's a way of getting it to. Oh no, you press enter here and I think it automatically does it. There you go. Enter. CG. Enter. Block fuel. Enter. Passenger numbers 161. Can I press enter again? Uh oh. There we are, I'm doing things. Alright, minimum fuel at destination 3.5. Estimated fuel 4.5. Okay, that makes sense with the extra fuel I've got. Minus 2.4. I had a weird saying unable fuel on my test sector. But I think we're good. Alright. Do I play Roblox? No. Right, that's performance complete. I think we're loaded in. Just double check here. Yeah, all my speeds are in. Anti-aircraft quiet packs will be on. Wonderful. Alright, cool. FMS, ensure the flight director's on. Set your stop altitudes. Alright, let's have a look at this SID. I don't think Fort Lauderdale has any stop altitude off this runway. Oh no, it does. Look, 4,000 feet. We need to level off at 4,000 feet initially. And then we'll do the after takeoff checklist, and I'll give myself continuous climb. So I'll just imagine that's the stop altitude. So top altitude 4,000, and then we'll give ourselves further climb. Alright, cool. Rest is all set because it's an Airbus. I'll select constraints, airports. There we are, and I can see things appearing here. I like the arc display. Perfect. And then if I zoom right in like this, we can get airport. What? Airport nav not available. Navigraph. Well, it worked yesterday on my test sector, and I've done nothing. Has my Navigraph unsynced? No, because we've had the charts up, haven't we? Not sure why that's not working. Right, well, we'll see what happens after engine start. So, yeah, 4,000 feet set. My V-speed is set. QNH, but it's not QNH, it's 3010 set. SID name is up here. Phylax 2, first waypoint is 580 feet. Alright, we're ready for engine start. I think GSX has closed all my doors. Commander says, what's your opinion on this aircraft from iniBuild. I bought it some time ago, but haven't took a ride in it. It's similar to PMDG with complexity of systems. I think it's reasonably well modelled. I mean, this is a very complex aircraft to model, but again, no real experience with aircraft. I think it's been quite well received generally, albeit having issues with WASM. Fuel prediction is usually inaccurate in the ground in real life. Really? Well, that's reassuring when you're an A350 flight crew, saying your fuel arrival's inaccurate. Right. Oh, you need to reconnect Navigraph. Do you have to do that every sector? Alright. Fly ops menu. Options. I saw this GPS channel. That looks called third party Navigraph. I mean, it's. How do I redo it? External. No, that's actual physical external changes. I wonder if they have to reconnect Navigraph in real life. Don't know. But I have them on the charts. Like if I go to the terminal charts, look, Navigraph here. Surely it's connected. Oh, that's right. We'll have to taxi using another chart. Right, guys, a little bit of a brief for you. Taxi pushback, full late for runway 10 right. That's going to be our departure, and then our SID. Looking at the pin SID. Straight ahead, and we're going to go to Calypso. Oh, God damn it! Flipping aeroplane. Hey, what? What's happened? Active. What's happened to my flight plan? It's gone. Where's my flight plan gone? It's completely disappeared. What's happened? What is going on? Right. Oh, the load's all random. Did you put it in the secondary? I don't know. I didn't put flight plan. Performance. Well, it's all gone. You might have to do. Yeah, it loaded all correctly. I had it all loaded, routing it, I was briefing it, and then it's just been spat out. I have to play the stream back as to see what happened. Is a bug? Is this a common bug? It just spits out the route. Pfft. Right, I'll put it back in again. Oh, I've done all this already. Right, receive flight plan, insert. So is this a common thing with iniBuilds, or is it just me? Check database cycle. I think something happened. I think when I tried to zoom in, it spat the entire route out. I think if you press anything on the third-party screen on the tablet, it says in red that it will clear the FMS. Oh, really? But I didn't. Did I try anything? I didn't actually press anything. Oh, I must have done. I must have done. Look, it's obviously working. We've got a sim brief. I've got 7 messages I can't even read. My terminal charts. Well, it's saved all my pin charts, so. Yeah, added chats. Let me know. I'm curious. Right, long range cruise. Not flying a cost index. Iris is already aligned. Departure. I'm gonna have to do this all again. 10 right. SID. Phalanx 2. Transition. ETCEC. Insert. Sorry about this. I was meant to be pushing back 3 minutes ago. Alright. Arrival. Runway 01 left. Approach. RS Yankee. Via. Valpu. Star. Adopt 3 Lima. At least I know what I'm doing. I haven't done it once. Insert. Right, no discontinuities. That's all in. Alright. The other init page we now need. Fuel and load. That's all been spat out as well. So just want to double check. Load sheet. So sim brief import. 6242. Yeah, so it's kept all the it's kept all the information there. Sim brief load. So load. I've already loaded. I'm not doing that again. So just set fuel. No, I've already done the fuel. And the zero fuel, I just want to double check the weight of the aircraft's what I expect it to be. So zero fuel, 150, 6.7. So let's just double check. 156. Okay, well, I'm happy with the load. Right, just the performance, guys. Actually, no, not the performance. We need to do this as well. So zero fuel weight. Enter. Zero fuel weight CG. Enter. Op fuel. Enter. 161. Enter. Okay, that's got all the information it needs to calculate the arrival fuel, and the only thing we need left to do is the performance. It should all be there. Look, it's all still there. Sent to FMS. Confirm speeds. Okay, I think we're back to where we are. And yes, you've looked back at the stream. So when you went to third party about 2 minutes ago, all your blue FMAs got cleared since I believe you left clicked on Navigraph in third party options. Really unfortunate, but no WASMs here. Okay, so if you press Navigraph, even though you don't change the database or anything like that, it deletes everything. Alright, well at least we did something there. You have to set the alternate reserves manually. It doesn't 100% insert itself accurately. It's just people saying there's issues. Look, I think I've got the bare minimum. I've got a route in. I've loaded this. I think I'm ready to go, guys. Is there anything else? If it says it's red, then it will clear it. Did I press the red thing then? Right, I'm not going on that page. Alright, cool. APU's running. I'm ready to go. I've briefed the SID. No, I was halfway briefing the SID. So if I go to plan and fly plan, just like with the other Airbuses, you can step through. Oh, how do you step through each individual waypoint? Do you have to press down on here or something? No, I'm not very good at airbusing, but could sort of just about see the SID. Step climbs in. So Aviation UK, yeah, we would usually put step climbs in, but for the purpose of today's stream, we're maintaining 350 the whole way because the flight time's a little bit too quick otherwise. So we're flying a very low cost index and a fixed level, and loaded the fuel accordingly. Arrows next to destination. What arrows? Where does it say destination? I just wanted to flick through the waypoints, but look, I can see it's looking correct. I'm going to be here all day otherwise. There we go, something like that. Philax 2, Calypso, Mims, Philax 4000, Baking, Welfo, perfect. Then we're at top of climb. Oh, the scroll wheel. I think I remember that actually from a stream a long time ago. Ah, cool. There we go, and I can scroll through it. Look, there you go. You can see the picture looks great, basically. Perfect. Thanks, guys. Pre-flight briefing complete. In the event of our ejected take. Where's the RTO button? Where's the evacuation button? We'll be using all of that today. Right, we're ready to go. APU's available. Beacons on. Let's organise a pushback. Oh no, I've got to use this. Prepare for pushback and departure. Chocks off, GPU's off.
Locking gear.
Perfect. Oh my gosh. Air bridge disconnecting, doors closing. Legion handling, doing their thing. We should be careful with the A350. My estimated fuel on board was below fin reserve after a go around, although I did a fuel check every hour and was okay, so be careful with this A350. Yeah, I did a test sector yesterday and I took standard block fuel and it was moaning at me the whole time that fuel was below arrival fuel. It was like I was going to arrive with minus 0.6 tons, so I was going to run out of fuel. So I put an extra 15 minutes, but it seems to be a bit happier at the moment. Anyway, I'm just going to use the map in the background to do a pushback. That's what I made yesterday, so let's use this one. Excellent. I'm just making something in the background here. Oh gosh! If you want to laugh, you can see me trying to use this thing. Clear route. Right. I think you have to first left click since endpoint. So I want to stop taxi here. Okay, and then right click to finalize route. How do I rotate it? Isn't it? Aha! That's it. Ah, no! This is the most difficult thing to ever do. What did I did? What I did it yesterday. A really nice one. So I want to finish there, and I want to right-click that. Oh, I'm a bit scared about what it. Oh gosh. Better pushback was so much better. Why can't Umberto just see what better pushback's done and just draw a simple line? I know the first one's my end point. Why has it made it so complicated? What does this do? Okay. Oh, but this is just painful. I just want to put the green arrow a bit over here so it's not dragging. So don't I just... No! No! Oh, screw it.
Release parking brakes, please.
Right. Better pushback is just simple. You know. Right, before we start our pushback, we're 11 minutes late off stand. And this is the quality content that everyone wants to see, right? Beacon on. And select serve. And it then says press default settings. Confirm. Alright, that does all your transponders and everything here. Oh, I was told to squawk something by Auto ATC. So squawk sign 7461. Okay, so let's type that in. 7461. Enter. Okay, great. So I've got the correct squawk in. Go back to FMS1. Right. I think we're just ready to release the parking brake. Push back and enter start. Okay. Releasing the parking brake. Here we go.
Commencing push.
11 minutes late.
All engines
You've been drinking, I know. Right. That's not what I instructed. I just saw us yawing right. Oh my. This is not what I instructed. Why is it? Right. When I started this channel, I was a real professional. You know, all the Boeing stuff real cool. Whenever I fly the Airbus, I just can't do it right. Just curious as to how the rest of this pushback's going to remain. You know, is as the crow flies. I'm just going to drag you to the wrong way. I'm just curious as to what's going to happen next. There's better pushback than there's worse pushback. What's he doing? Right, that's the nose wheel sheared off. Well, I think I best start stage number 2. Fly to... Oh!
Please set parking
Whee! I knew it would do something like that. Right, parking brake set.
Unlocking.
I mean, I'm facing the wrong way. The right way, at least. There we are, perfectly parked. I should have probably downloaded a GSX profile and used one of those. Alright. Great sounds. What was these? Rolls-Royce XWBs or something like that. Oh, I love the engine shake, that's cool. Stick to the 7.3.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
I don't find it's not a very pretty airplane. That's an amazing aircraft. Technically, it's not very pretty.
Clear.
It's a nose only a mother can love. Yeah. It says available, so we can now start. Oh, there's me looking for the start switch on the 7.3. Right, move that to 1. There we are. We'll have a great view here of the engine starting. Hello, Fun Onkuha. It's been a long time since you caught a stream. Howdy, thank you very much for coming in. Welcome on board. Windshare says the ground personnel need breathalyzing by the sounds of it. Alpaca Airways has basically wet leased this from Singapore Airlines, so it has the exact Singapore Airlines layout as their real world ULR, 161 seats, mixture of premium economy and business. There we are. I have actually been on an A350 in real life. I flew Cathay Pacific between Hong Kong and Auckland back in 10 years ago now. Yeah, went to New Zealand, one of the most amazing places in the world. Awesome. Starting up nicely. Good job. 2 good starts. Okay, so after engine start selector switch to normal. APU bleed switch off and turn off the APU. Ground spoilers arm. Flaps set. Oh, I can't remember what that was going to be. Flaps to 1 plus F. I've pressed the button there. Where is the flap there? Yeah, 1. Awesome. Yeah, not happy with that nose gear. Yeah, they've been sheared off. There we are, flaps extended, and I think there is an interactive checklist I can run through, which is here. So checklist menu. I mean, yes, cockpit preparation. I'll assume it's complete. See what the things there. Gear pins. Remove, fuel check, seatbelts on, barrier reference both, perfect. Checklist complete. Next checklist is going to be after start, so anti-ice not required, flight controls check. Oh yes, well I can do my yoke cam for you. Oh yeah, oh, stick cam, there we are, full right, full left. I guess I'm meant to be checking the schematics. Alright, there we are, rudders coming in now, right and left. Perfect. So that's done. Trim's automatic, isn't it? Yeah, 29.4, ground clearance received, checklist complete. Next checklist is taxi. Alright, perfect. We'll work through that whilst we taxi out on towards the runway now. I wonder if I zoom in now if it'll... No, it's not working. It did work yesterday, but not now, so I'll just bring up the taxi chart here. Terminal charts. Why is that blinking at me still? What have I forgotten? I think that's GSX doing its thing, isn't it? Right, sorry. Fly ops menu, terminal charts, and departure, airports. Perfect. There we go. So we're going to taxi along Tango Hotel, join Juliet at some point, and Juliet 1 runway 10 right. Excellent. Parking brake is released. I should be on CETA frequency. I think someone wrote it in chat earlier, and I forgot to write it down. Let me just see what the tower frequency is on the chart. I've got a departure frequency 119.3, is that correct? Perfect. 1193. Transfer? Perfect. There we are. Oh, now I've just got to reassign my push to talk button as well. Push to talk. There we are, I've done it. Fort Lauderdale Tower, Fort Lauderdale traffic, Alpaca 2 Echo November, taxi to runway 10 right. Alright, perfect. Right, parking brake released. It was already released.
Finally taxi.
Yeah, I'm finally taxiing. On the way. How long have I been streaming for? 48 minutes. In an aircraft, it shouldn't take as long to set up. Ooh, I'm off. Right, what's all this GRF, runway condition codes? It's dry. How do I select? Yes, it's dry. Enter? Press enter somewhere? Oh, I think I was actually pushing the brakes on my pedals. Order brakes, yes, I've got my before taxi checklist to work through. Javelin, I'll get that done in a second. I just want to tell it I've got a dry runway, basically. How do I manipulate this screen? Trying to don't forget to turn on your lights as well. Taxi. I've never had that pop up. Is this an update then? It says, yeah, it's got like the approach speeds. The approach speeds for Oslo Gardemoen. Ecam wheel page, Roger. Is that down here? Oh gosh, how do I manipulate the screen whilst also looking at that with... Oh gosh, I'm trying to taxi and use this. Oh, here we are. Perfect, I've got rid of it. I guess, yeah, look, if I do the flight control... Oh, that's really quite impressive. So you're manipulating all the flight controls. That's awesome. Okay, cool. So I must have knocked something here. What's the default page? Oh, I missed the taxi by cam. Yeah, this is the MK Studios Fort Lauderdale scenery. Very, very nice. They sent this over a couple of months ago. I think we streamed out of here. But yes, don't forget anything available from Contrail. Get 10% off using the link below. Vassam just came online. Roger. Oh yes, I've got ground online. 121.4. So I don't actually know what's the, you know, am I meant to stop, set the parking brake and then get my clearance if I'm taxiing out? That's LM, that's really cool. Auto cycles page depending on phase of flight. It used to be better at airbusing, I know. Well, Airbus A320 is like Windows sort of 98. This is like Vista. I don't know. It was built when Vista was there. Just it took a lot of setting up, but yeah, somehow I accidentally cleared all of the database. Right, let's do the checklist then. So flaps checked, radar, weather radar on. Let's just make sure I've done that. I think it's on the checklist here. Yeah, so select weather. Now we are, weather radar on. Just want to make sure I'm on arc. There we are. I've got a ding dong now, so I'll just bring the aircraft to a stop. Contact ground. Fort Lauderdale ground, hello, it's Alpaca 21 Echo November, Airbus A350-900, taxi to runway 10 right. We're now ready to take clearance to Oslo Gardemoen, please.
And Alpaca 21 Echo November, Fort Lauderdale ground, contact clearance delivery on 128.4 pre-clearance.
Roger, thank you. Well, he told me to contact you! 1284. Using beautiful fuel. Ah! Fort Lauderdale clearance, hello, it's Alpaca 21 Echo November. We're out on the taxiway to runway 10 right. Ground told us to contact you for clearance, and we'd like clearance now, please, to Oslo Gardemoen.
Okay, Victor Charles, Papa 2-1.
Good man for now, coming on controlling.
November, Airport November, Golf Mike, Felix, to departure. E-Tech transition denied filed. Climb via said. Expect flight level 350 after departure. Departures offline clock 7461.
We are cleared to Oslo Gardemoen on the Felix 2 departure with the LTAC transition. Climbing flight level 350. Departures offline, squawk 7461, Alpaca 21 Echo November.
2-1 Echo November, we back to the contact ground point 9. Hold up.
We'll contact ground on 121.4, and thank you very much for the clearance, buddy. You have a great day. Alpaca 21 Echo November. Perfect. Guys, really disappointing to see the majority of people in chat actually take the MiG. Just remember how difficult it is for people. You know, this guy, you know, he's come online to provide air traffic control for me, giving me the clearance. You know, and he's doing a fantastic job. So you've got to be really careful and always think about what you think about these people. It might sound funny, but this is a guy who's really doing a fantastic job, you know, so always respect everyone. Perfect. Right, clearance received. We'll contact ground on 121.4. Excellent. Ground, hello, it's Alpaca 21 Echo November. Clearance now received. Request taxi to runway 10 right.
Alpaca 2 and Echo November, Fort Lauderdale ground information access, current runway 10 right, taxi via Quebec and Juliet.
10 right, taxi via Quebec and Juliet, Alpaca 21 Echo November. Perfect, let's carry on with the taxi. So, parking brake is now released and we'll resume as we were via Quebec and Juliet. Actually, best check what taxiway I'm on. Next left here, basically. Straight away going to be onto Quebec. Why are we not moving? Why are my Navigraph charts not coming up? Uh-oh. If I just set the parking brake on... No, it's off. Yeah, unfortunately, my charts won't come up anymore. There we are. So here's Quebec. And we'll go from there. Chocks. Yes, I was run out, put chocks on. That would be quite unlucky. We've had so many issues in the past with, I think it was another iniBuilds aircraft. I think it was one of the default ones in Microsoft Flight Simulator. We just couldn't go, and it was like completely stuck. Awesome. Right, we'll continue with the rest of the before takeoff checklist. So. Auto brake now to RTO and then takeoff config. On the 7.3 is pretty cool. You just advance the thrust levers all the way to the forward stop. On Airbus, they've looked into the future. They have a button. Hold this down. You can hear it's not beeping, and it's all in the green. So checklist complete.
Alpaca 2 and Echo November, contact tower 119.3 with the.
Contact tower frequency 119.3. Alpaca 2 1 Echo November. Excellent. Paul, we'll have an ETA once we are airborne. 119.3. Alright, cool. Cool. Transfer. See that flashing cargo bug with GSX remote control is still present. I was hoping it'd be fixed. Oh, that is a bug, okay. System is default for the ECAM. Cheers, Lee. Well, did you see where I'm going? How do I select system? Too many buttons. Oh, I believe you. I'll have to try and find it in a second. Right.
Alpaca 21 Echo November, Fort Lauderdale Tower.
So hello, just checking in Alpaca 21 Echo November. We are approaching hold point Juliet 1110 right. We'll call you ready.
Roger, over now.
Perfect. Just get to the hold point first. Not blocking anyone, am I? No, we're good. What a tank. It's a bit of a horrible hold point actually, because you can't really turn 90 degrees, you've got to sort of stop there. Alright, parking brake is set. Leave the ECAM screen unselected. I have done. I'll leave it as it is. Alright, I think guys we're ready to go. So checklist is complete, everything's in the green. We've done takeoff config, so we'll turn on the lights. Strobes 2 on. This to take off. Weather radar is already on, and we are good to go. Yeah, toga for us using flex temperature, and I don't know what the target, what's the stabilised thrust setting before I put them into flex SRS blue, no green. Someone tell me, that'd be great. Alpaca 2 on Echo November, ready for departure.
Alpaca 21 Echo November, heavy. RNAV to flip the runway 10 right, clear to take off with 12011.
Alright, 10 right, clear to take off, Alpaca 2 on Echo November. RNAV towards Calypso, whatever that waypoint is. It is first waypoint basically. Alright, let's go. Heading bit of thrust to get us moving. Awesome. So MCP is set as best as I can. Transponders already TARA. Strobe lights are on. Landing lights on. We've got our takeoff clearance. New Sky is up and running. Oh, you have to read back the RNAV part 2. Oh, I didn't. Alrighty, perfect. See if I can line up this tank. Okay, it's quite a long aeroplane actually. Probably shot it. Yeah, I should have turned a little later. Alright guys, here we are. Line up on 10 right. 9 hour, 20-minute flight to Oslo Gardemoen with the footy fans on board. Yo, come on. Timing's automatic. I'll stand them up to around ish there. 25% someone says. Okay, about there. Okay, looking okay. Stabilised. Brakes off. Man thrust. Flex. 48. Oh yeah. Nose down. Here we go. Airspeed alive. 100 knots. You stop pushing forward, correct? Sounds good. Okay, 100 knots, releasing forward pressure.
V1.
Hands off. Rotate. Oh yeah. We'll stay on the centre line, Sam. They're airborne. Possibly to climb. Gear up. And it's a control wheel steering. I love it. Gear up. Raw. Oh, 80 knots. Perfect. Sorry, I thought it was 100. Leave a climb.
Alpaca, 21 Echo November, departures offline, frequency change, very good.
Every exchange approved offline, Alpaca 21 Echo November. Bye bye. Thrust declimb, lowering the nose. Oh, just look, don't need to do anything. And S, I press the flaps up. It's a little. It's the Airbus way. It's just. Oh. It's trivial. No, but I understand. It's a fantastic system. I take them in. I'm used to this, and you know, stick and rudder, lots of little inputs like you do when you're driving a car. Anyway, flaps up. I mean, I'm still hand flying, if you can call it that. I mean, CWS just holds the attitude and roll. There we are. Why not? Might as well. Command. Train table out. After takeoff checklist. Oh, there we are. So, after takeoff checklist, I don't think there's a huge amount to do. I've got to stow that. Speed brake. There we are. Is that it? Gear up, stow the speed brake. After takeoff checklist complete. Oh, wow. I'll keep up to date. Right, making the left turn to Mimsy. And we're approaching 4,000 feet. There's no ATC and we're climbing very slowly. So we'll just... I don't know why my Navigraph... Oh, I know why. I've still got display capture. Oh, guys, did you guys see Yoga Cam? I don't think you did you? No, I know why. I've had display capture on the whole time. There we are. Perfect. We'll come up to 4,000 feet. Now we'll set a crew higher level, 3.5, might as well. Beep beep, and then push in for VNav again. Oh, you did see it, yeah, okay. You only saw side. Whoa, I think, yeah. Stick cam rather, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I can see you did see it. Yeah, I had a weird display capture issue on my side, so I don't think it was working properly. Alright, well there we are. Why is that? So this is a bug, this blinking ground thing. Can't I turn it off at all, or is that just permanent? You can change the climb instead of decline for better climb rate. Yeah, this is pitiful. 2,200 feet per minute. I mean, I'm not even that heavy. It was stuck on face cam for a few minutes there. Brilliant. I can even play the street back. It was fine. Turn off GSX remote. Uncheck GSX remote. Okay. Oh! Oh, I just pressed GSX menu and it stopped it. Right, fine, that'll do. Check if the DPU is there. D climb is the preferred for fuel. Okay, what is the fuel on arrival? Yeah, 4.3 tons. That's actually looking better than it did yesterday. But, you know, something isn't quite right with it, because I took additional fuel, look. I took an extra 1.3 tons, and it's saying that I'm going to arrive less than final reserve. So something's not right with that. Perfect. Just messaging the clearance guy. He did a really good job. Awesome. Yeah, obviously, you know, we briefly discussed it on the ground there. You know, sometimes you do get people who you think are messing around and whatnot, but there's a lot of people, especially that use VATSIM, who you know, might have something that affects their ability to probably not speak as clear as you and I could. So you must always be respectful. You must always be respectful. You know, it's quite disappointing to see in chat a number of people commenting, and I know there's a few younger guys like that, but as you get older, you'll understand. So. Really, really good job. Hi, Quickie. Got a question. Flight dispatcher. In my operator, we had E2 and ATR. And E2 have someone that only makes the LERs. That must have been some sort of term and load sheet. How do I do it, your operator? So, I mean, we're going fully electronic now. So we actually, everything comes on an iPad. So within our log app, the dispatcher can create the load sheet, sends it to our log, and what's really good, we can then sync that with the OPT, so we send that to the performance information, so it loads it all up for you. It's fantastic, really. Oh my god, I've just seen a huge mosquito on the wall. That must be flattened. I just did the pre-cruise checks before then. So fuel, we've got 57.9 tons. Lights can come off. APU's off, pressurization. Oh! Did something there, that. Pressurization is good. 1780, PSI4 set. And you can now... no smoking auto, seatbelts auto, no mobile auto. Perfect, checks complete. Where's that Mozzie gone? It got 6-7 likes. Don't know. Brilliant. Well, thanks, guys. If you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. You've just watched you've watched the Boeing 737 pilot trawl his way through the setup of an A350. Glorious difficulty. It was beyond challenging. But here we are. We're in the climb on our way to Oslo Gardemoen. What is our ETA actually? I need to work out what time to wake up. 6:53 in the morning, so 7:53. I'll probably plan to get up at 6:30. Yeah, it'll be 11:30. We'll start the timer. 11:30 British summer time, that is. 10:30 Zulu, and I'll come back at 05:30 Zulu. 6:30. There we are. HMS Darion, I enjoyed it so much you did it twice. Yeah, I'm so glad that I unloaded the route somehow so I could put it back in. Can't worship. See any good movies lately? I haven't seen any movies lately. I haven't had time. Got a 15-month daughter running around and a soon-to-be born second child in the not too distant future. I've got no time for films. My spare time is with my family and then with you guys. Although I'm going to hopefully go shooting this week with my best mate. So I've got some annual leave at the moment. Javelin, you shooting. Off now, my catch in the morning. Take care, buddy. Yes, my UK European friends, come have some breakfast with me. I'll be rocking in at 0530 Zulu. My pyjamas, which you'll get to see on stick cam. Anyway, where was I? Terminal charts. There we go. Perfect. On our way to Burger King. Favourite thing you've eaten lately? Oh my gosh, what is this? I went to Woolacombe last month with my wife and daughter, and went to this beautiful seafood restaurant, and I ordered the seafood platter. So I had lobster, king prawns, mussels, and some sort of clam chowder, and it was amazing. It was awesome. I just treated myself and it was awesome. I love shellfish and seafood. I don't like oysters, but yeah, it was delicious. That was the best food I've had. Seeing that someone asked. Oh, did I share it on Discord? I think I shared it on Discord, didn't I? I think I did. Poutine fly, how much? I think it was £40, but I don't usually go out and treat myself, so I was like, oh, you know what? It was the first time my wife and I had a meal out since we had our daughter. Oh no, we've never had one. So I think it was the second time in 15 months. You just don't get that opportunity and chance when you become a parent, basically. Oh, we should be unicoming now, shouldn't we? VH2. Selected. What does that mean? Oh, it's alright, we're only going to use VHF 1. Ruben, sorry, it's always midnight and I always feel hungry, yeah. We were a bit naughty tonight though. Guess what we had tonight? We had a KFC. So, how old are babies? Kids can talk. Every baby's different. Every baby's different. Aaron, you lived in Japan, but you didn't like fish. How did you get by? Irish pilot, you could get a job at your 15 I got sick of flying. Banter. I mean, it is an incredible machine, built to efficiently operate from A to B, but my goodness, the level of automation is insane. I've got multiple tablets here. I think I'll just put that one on route. There we go, perfect. Clarky, what's your KFC meal of choice? I had today. There was something called special. It's a new thing, which I didn't actually. To be honest, I wish I had the Zinger burger. But we don't eat much fast food. To be fair, it's a monthly treat, and we had a really busy day today. We cooked for our daughter, and we're like, oh, what should we have? I was like, oh, screw it, just get KFC. So I had the sticky barbecue drip burger, which is their sort of promotion at the moment. It's all right. Kawash, you on the wing view? Absolutely. We'll do a little cabin tour later. Not much going in the flight deck. Well, I just passed 18,000 feet, so I best set standard. Push this in, I guess. There we are. Standard set. There we are. Oh, beautiful. Is that what's that off to the right hand side? Ah, the Bahamas. Beautiful. Bahamas just off to the right hand side there. Beautiful. But to add, got barn incredible beef, pork and chicken, no short of options in Japan, but I was a bit jealous of all the fish options. Oh, God, yeah, I suppose they eat all sorts there, but Japan is obviously, if you're an outsider like me, you think of sushi, you think of fish, you think of rice. Gosh, I think there's lots of things you could have had. Mark, you could get a job on the 7.3 if you ever wanted a challenge. Yeah, about that. Awesome. Great wing view. I tell you what, in this thrust decline mode, it is steady, it is slow. Look at that, 1200 feet per minute, 300 knots. We're flying long range cruise today as well. Oh, cat, I'll bear that in mind. Raw chicken in Czech Republic if you order KFC. HMS Airline, yeah, so I will... The plan is, so I'll show you here briefly, guys. When it gets to 11:30 local, I will start this. Boom. And this little timer will on go. I'll do it at precisely 11:30 British Summer Time. And then when it reaches 0, I'll set my alarm for 6, have a shower, and then I'll be with you at 6:30 to have some breakfast and fly the flight. So yeah, I've done a number of these long haul flights before. If you have a look at this link, guys, I always put every single live stream I've ever done on this map, and it's an interactive map, and you can see all the live streams I've done ever, and I've linked the videos as well, which is pretty cool. So you might find it quite interesting. So you can see here, I think a lot of the long hauls I've done over the Atlantic. I think the last one we did was it was a Boeing 737 delivery flight from Boeing Field to Dublin, which was a long one. But yeah, the longest I've done is about 10 hours 30 minutes from Perth to Dubai. One of the reasons I could do longer, and I know this aircraft can fly for 20 hours, for example. Streams are limited to a length of 12 hours if you want it to be of video on demand after the stream, so I sort of limit that as a maximum flight time. Plus I want any shorter than that, then I wouldn't get enough rest, so enough sleep. But yeah, we've done a few of these. They're good fun. It's nice to wake up. It's quite exciting when you wake up and see where the aircraft is, hopefully not in the ocean. But here, I mean, hands up in chat, who does overnight flights in flight sim? Loads of people do that. Yeah, that map is really, really good. I started that years ago, but yeah, it's just like I've kept going. And how many views has it had now? 212,036 views. Well, that's probably shot up now because a number of you have looked at it. Yeah, see, it's gone up by another 20. But every single one of those routes you can click, and it will be linked to the live stream we did. I love how crew rest is applicable to streams, I know. Clark, you've done an incredible amount of virtual air miles and a lot of streams, a lot of flights. I've probably up to my real world hour count, you know. In my real world hours, about, I don't know, 8,000 now or something like that. Welcome, Betigan, thanks for subscribing. Oh, there's that mosquito. Oh, I'm not a murderer, but I am flattening this. Ah, God, no one likes mosquito. I got him. He's gone. Yeah, I've got my office window at the moment. Obviously, the light's on, so everything's flying in. Superclimb, you've done a few overnight long hauls. Gatwick to Montreal, Vancouver to Japan. Yeah, they're plenty long enough flights. Josiah, this is... Oh, you actually... This is your first one, Josiah. You've joined me on an overnight long, haven't you? Not this will be overnight for you. No, you'll be staying up until, what, 3 in the morning? Henry, have you seen the Max 8 delivery flight from Seattle to Madrid? That's a very long range. Yeah, I mean, like I said, a ferried aircraft with all of that, you know, 0 fuel weight missing is, it has incredible range.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
2 times, cheers buddy, 77 months as a member. Hope you're doing well, calling at night. On earlies this week after the overnight shifts flying for my cockpit observation tomorrow. First flight in 10 years, so amazing 2 tons. Before you go, what aircraft are you jump seating on? What type? Is it? I think you did say an Embraer, maybe in Discord, but that's really, really awesome. Hope you're enjoying the new job anyway, and thanks a lot for popping in today. Adiachess says, do you use any power saving efficiency mode on your computer when you leave your PC on the sim overnight? I've always wanted to ask and there's no better time. No, I think I've got my NVIDIA settings to maximum power just to give the best sort of output for the sim. God, how long? 24,000 feet. How long have we been airborne for? 18 minutes. God, it's really... This decreased climb really is slow, isn't it? It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 tons in the E175 to Rapid City. That'll be a tight fit in that cockpit. I mean, it's tight in the 7.3. You'll have an arse on that jump seat. But enjoy, buddy. It's fantastic to see the other side of the door. Mark Scott, if the Modesty is hovering around you, it's a she. She's only after a meal to get sufficient protein to lay her eggs. I don't know. It's no longer anything right now, apart from a smush. But yeah, they do go for me, unfortunately. Oh, Josiah, how far ahead are you? Let's have a look here on the map. Yeah, we had loads of ATC at one point. All came on there. I think I can see you right overhead at EdTech. There you are. And you've got an aircraft crossing over the top. Awesome. Look at the route though. Long way to go. So joining Atlantic, I think it's joining a NAT track via Porty. I just did the routing slightly. I think the default routing had us go a little bit higher north, and it's just added a little bit of extra distance, just to give me an extra 10 minutes in bed. But right over Scotland, over the North Sea into Oslo. It'll be a lovely approach in the morning, guys. Really, really nice. Hello, Pascal. Declimb does increase engine life significantly by trading off for some increased fuel burn. Ah, good. We'll do that. And, oh, so it's sort of like cost index, really, and adjusting it there. But yeah, if it makes the engine last longer, so be it. I'll turn the sim down slightly. Rob Half, cheers, buddy. Year as a member, and you got your 4 stripes. Thank you very much for the support. Dropping in to say hi before I rewind to the beginning. Oh, amazing. Well, thanks for popping in, buddy. Yeah, you can ignore the first 15 minutes of the stream. Well, if you want to watch me load up the aircraft twice, knock yourself out. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, Airline is causing a disturbance in the back. It's amazing. Yeah, like I said, guys, I mean, I don't have much time outside the World Cup for football. I used to be a huge football fan in my sort of teens, so into my sort of very early 20s, and I just sort of went off it. I used to play a lot of football as well, but always been interested in the World Cups. But yeah, it's he's an absolute tank, isn't he? Erland. But he seems like a really nice guy. I've been watching a few sort of videos of him and what he gets up to in his spare time. Massive gamer, isn't he? It's like he loves playing Call of Duty. There we are, we've got the en route chart up, albeit no map. Where's my map gone? That side I've got a map. Oops. Oh no, I've accidentally gone into VS. What? What have I done here? How do I close that window? I'm just going to pull it temporarily and then push this one back in. There we are. So how come I've got a map on the right but no map on the left? Can I only have one map up on a time? On at a time? I don't know. Right, okay. Okay, well, I can't it's iniBuilds, okay. Right, so I've got maps not working, but on the other side I have them working. Wonderful. Lovely map number 757, yes. Also know what you need to win the giveaway. That's ridiculous. So how do I... So I know maps, unfortunately. No, it won't let me select anything. Alright. No dramas. I'll put the map up on the other side. Which is working perfectly. Oh! Now I've broken it altogether. Okay. No problem. Oh, that's a shame because my plan was to have that map on sort of as I did the stream, so you could sort of watch my progress. But there we are. It's the former Mozzie's fly path, or something like that. Oh, I don't like Mozzie's. Murray, hello Sam, how are you? How's the baby? Why are you awake so late? Welcome, buddy. Baby's doing very well, 15 months, second due, let's just say imminently, and up late because, yeah, I'm on my annual leave. we've got a quiet day tomorrow, and I've not done one in a long time, so we've done a number of these sort of late night streams, and I go to bed, come back in the morning, and it's a bit of fun. Steve says, have to leave the camera on the FO side then. Well, unfortunately, it's now no longer working here. It's stopped working everywhere. I've got... Oh, there we are. I just pressed standard and it worked. Okay, let's see if I can get it to work this side. The key is press standard. I wonder if I can now press something else. No, it's only standard works. Alright, that's fine. Well, every other one doesn't work. Brightness down a bit. Oh, that's quite cool. The brightness thing. Oh, that's not the brightness. Like contrast. There we go. All right, cool. We can watch our progress there. Give the map a few minutes; it will sort itself out. Perfect. 29,000 feet, and we've been airborne for where's the top? 24 minutes. This is slow. And what's the fuel on arrival now? Yeah, look, the fuel on takeoff was 4.5, now it's gone up to 6.5. We've saved 2 tons. Which is why it took you 40 minutes to get to 37,000 feet. Well, we'll use this derate climb then and prolong the engines on our A350-900 ULR. How are you flying? When England were playing and received a CPDLC from Ops Control saying the score was 2-1 and we won, it was a very nice moment to announce passengers and crew on board. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I've not flown during much of the World Cup, but I remember the Euros and World Cup. You had all the pilots requesting scores and goal information from ATC. Some would do it, others would say no, can't do that. I don't know if they had a supervisor by them or something, but yeah, with CPLC you can just ping it across. Add your chats, yeah, absolutely. If you'd like to, there you go, list them in. Thank you very much. So one of the moderators just sent the link. Completely free to join Alpaca Airways, guys. Bit of fun. All the liveries are downloadable as well. The link I think is on the New Sky website.
Approaching minimums.
Hello Domino, does that mean you can't use the map below flight level 180 in the US because you shouldn't use standard altimeter? Yes, I did remember to set standard 18,000 feet today. Not only that, 75 months as a member, that is a bonkers number, and I can't believe you've been here for that entire period of time. That's one of the longest serving memberships we have. So what's that, six and a bit years, unbelievable. Thank you very much. Joined during COVID, just before I think. Thank you very much for your support all that time and for moderating when you can. Clarky, is the fuel saving you noticed due to derated climb? Well, someone mentioned it actually, and just like with any derated climb, you don't save fuel with derated climb. It improves engine life because yes, you burn more fuel, the fuel flows higher, but you get to your cruise level much quicker, where you burn less fuel overall. So yeah, this is actually burning more fuel using this than a normal climb thrust. Yes, a bit of banter. I'm glad you noticed the cool side as well. What's the bets? Then we're going to beat Argentina. A lot of history between the two. Winches, watching football messages at the aircraft, a serum violation? Ah, yeah, if ATC tell you the score, that's fine. Now, if you've got your iPad up and watching it, probably there's something different. Ruben, take care, buddy, and I'll give you a message tomorrow about the group flight giveaway. Thank you very much. I did see your message back, but I've not looked at my DM since. Darwin joined right at the start of the pandemic. Membership started on the 1st of April 2020. Yeah, right at the start. Where has that time gone? looks like top of climb's coming up. 40 miles after, or 40 miles away, we've got ENGM. I guess the blue arrow is where we reach top of climb. I love this little VSD on here as well. Cheers, Ruben. Wonderful. I'm at point 83. I'll be going for my break in about 30. My sleep in about 30 minutes, but that's going to be perfect timing. Yeah, I'll come back an hour and 10 minutes before we land. Cheers, this has been Ruben. It must be midnight now for you guys. Take care. I need to look at my Epidemic Sound playlist because Caribbean style music is interesting. Mark's got a Captain does A350 climb higher as it uses fuel. Yes, so most wide body jets and long haul flights, they'll always endeavour to go as high as possible because yes, the higher you go, the more efficient a turbofan jet engine becomes. So you want to get as high as you can all the time. So I think you can use a step climb feature, an automatic step climb feature, I think, with the iniBuilds, like with a lot of the add-ons, but we'll just stick at 35,000 feet. When I come back after the breakfast, we'll do a short, significant step climb. I won't call it a step climb, we'll just climb up to the most efficient cruise level, but we would have done it, or the crew would have done it a lot sooner. Yes, we'll have to use all that brake to vacate and all those features later. Deck off efficient as in fuel, so yes, it burns less fuel. Awesome. Well, might jump into the 737-200 Classic again because I've enjoyed streaming that a couple of months ago. Now it's been released. Actually, I've got a message from the guys behind Manga Studios. I think they've made a scene for Inverness, so I don't know if I can get a 200 in and out of Inverness. It'd be tight. But if you can land it on a gravel strip, it should be fine. Alice, do you have step climbs on the 73? Yeah, so if we're doing a sort of 4-hour flight from the UK to the Canaries, we'll do at least one step climb. Typically from the UK you can get up to sort of 35,000-36,000 feet at the start, and then we'll step up to 37-38. Very, very cool. Into the sim as new VATSIM pilot. When you fly over the pond and go to bed, do you have to disconnect from VATSIM? Yes, you've got. If you're on the VATSIM network, you need to be at your aircraft, let's say. So yeah, I will disconnect from VATSIM and then reconnect. And guys, remind me if I think I have to resubmit the flight plan. I think I've done a few of these overnight long hauls. I've reconnected, and then agencies come along and said, yeah, you don't have a flight plan. So I think you just submit it onto VATSIM again, then reconnect. Yeah, you need to cast to that network. A bit pointless if you're not there as well. Yeah, I think this is the first overnight long haul I've done on my new PC, and when I started the stream, the temperature's about 26, 27. It's now 29.8 in my office, so I'm going to have to leave my window open and the office door. Well, the office door is closed. There's no real circulation here at the moment, unfortunately. outside. What sure is, guys. Oh, I only just realised I've reached 36,000 feet as well. Wait, hold on. Wasn't my cruise 35? I think I've refiled it and it might have been 36. Yeah. Oh, I'm higher than I should be. Oops. Oh well. New cruise altitude 360. Okay, fine. Has that updated? No, yeah. Oops. 360 it is. There we are. Loud. Across the pond we go. I'm just about to start a turn. Looks so cool. Which, how real is the atmosphere at 350 and the same compared to real life? Yeah, looks pretty good to me. Love the livery. For Alpaca Airways, it doesn't actually have any pictures of alpacas. But recognised official partnered VA with Batson as well. Daniel, you could probably take this to 3739. Yeah, especially this aircraft's designed to fly for 20 hours, isn't it? This flight time is now an hour's 20. You can fly double the length of the routes today. But yeah, there's an element of not flying too fast. The routing's a little bit longer than probably the most efficient routing, a little bit lower cruise level and speed. Just to, yeah, otherwise I'll only have to have about 6 hours rest. Couldn't get licensing from the alpacas to use their image. The original livery had an alpaca plastered on the nose. It's great. So yeah, guys, we're in the cruise now. Another 24 minutes, and I'll start the timer, and I'll log off for the rest of the day. And you'll, and what I'll do, I'll probably keep it in this sort of view like this. There you go. That's a fantastic view, so you can sort of see, you know, where we are outside. And then you can sort of see the map as well. Something like that, that'll be really cool. There you go. Probably not zooming as far as that. I know what is annoying me, that blinking round thing. So if you click that, does it get rid of it? There you go. If you click GSX menu, it goes. Sweet. Which, yeah, I think you can do auto step climbs, but I'll leave it as it is. ETA there is obviously 6 Zulu, but that's just taking the exact ground speed now with all the wind information and the star. It's going to be. Oh, it just changed from 640 to 651, an 11-minute jump. Oh, what's going on? What? 39 now. It's constantly changing. Hey. Why is it constantly changing the fuel and arrival ETA? Oh, now it's 40 again. Right. Something around 640, 651. Don't use sort of step climbs, it can cause massive crash. Okay. I think the FMS is going to probably crash. TCAS level, obviously. Well, yes, we'll be logging off, so it won't be an issue. Is it wind recalculations? Not sure. Time accelerated or just a bug? No, time acceleration is definitely off. I hope it is. There we are. This is the life of a long-haul pilot. You know, get your cheese board now. Then you'd eat your cheese. And then you'd go off, relief pilot would come on board, and you'd go lay in your cabin. Cruise it. I mean, it's a fantastic cockpit, though. What an office. It's a spaceship. When you look at the overhead panel compared to like the size of the entire cockpit, you know, the 7.3 overhead panel fills the roof. Yeah, really nice. I won't deny this is a far nicer working place than the cockpit for 7.3. Oh, what? Hey, crew bunk, crew seat. Is this the rest area? Oh, nice. So there's like a little crew seat. I mean, there's like a little desk you should work on, which is pretty cool. What am I doing? I've got to be careful of these click spots. Because I don't want to shut the engine down. That won't be the first time that's happened. Anyway, this is the Singapore Airlines A350-900 ULR config. This is the only operator of the A350-900. So how it works is, right at the front here, they have business class seats, and they have quite a few. So it's 67 business class seats, and then 94 premium economy seats, and then that's it. Only can hold 161 passengers, and who can blame them? Who would want to do a 20-hour flight with an economy seat? I think the premium economy have got a good, decent extension. There's the galley. There's another row of business class seats. Harry says you rated on the 7.8 as well, or just 7.3? Just a 737-300 to max. There we are. And is the toilet modelled? No, the curtains are there. I'll leave those open. And here you are. There's the premium economy. I mean, that's a long way to go. 20 hours sat on one of these. Quite a lot of model, isn't there? No economy, no. Singapore Airlines does not have any economy in their A350-900 ULR. They have 7 in this config. There you go, there's the rear galley. So yeah, the majority of the fuselage is business class. Very cool. 242 thing happens, yeah. Mark, I've seen smaller spaces than that for £500,000 in London. Well, London prices are ridiculous. I went for a lunch with a good friend on Saturday. We're quite close to London, and he's lived in London for the last 10 years. When you're in your 20s, single, you haven't got much there. But he's got a young daughter. Oh, no, he's got a young son as well. About the same age as our daughter, and they're looking to move out. Because what they pay for their 2 or 3 bedrooms flat, they can get a 3-4 bedroom house in the rest of the country. So yeah. Our longest I've flown was 13 hours. Your legs ready to get giddy and uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've when I did Heathrow to Auckland via Hong Kong for a 4-hour layover with Singapore. We actually went with Singapore with Cathay. We booked premium economy. It did make a difference, a decent recline on that, but yeah, it was it messes your body. And that's another thing with long haul. I mean, obviously, long haul crew, they adapt, but you know, if you don't have much time down route, minimum rest, I think it really does long-term damage acclimatising to these time zones. Oh, it took me 3 days in Auckland to get better, and it was even worse going back. Henry, it's a good question. I don't know what Qantas's A350-1000 ULR configs will be. We'll do a little time and fuel check here anyway, look over car pics. So that's showing. There we are, 42 minutes airborne. And we've been airborne for 42 minutes, and time's bang on. Fuel on board at 52.9. We show 53. Okay, so we burnt an extra 100 kilos of fuel. Fuel used 7.2. I think you can definitely be a fuel schematic down here. Fuel, there we are. 70, yeah, burnt an extra 70 kilos. So the fuel burn's pretty bang on here. It'll be interesting to see after my crew rest if it's differed considerably. Henry said, you got a friend of mine who flies the 350-330 and he says he's going to go back to short haul soon because it takes a toll on you flying long haul. Yeah, some people it's really challenging. Some people adapt to it more, but in my time in the training centre, originally as an S-fighter, Tier I have trained a lot of crew that have come in from long haul airlines. I usually ask them, how was the lifestyle, how was it? And they say, yeah, I had a great time, but you know what, I cannot wait to go back to short haul with a fixed roster pattern and sleep at night being awake during the day. It's hard work. I always say to people, the human body especially, we've evolved over millions of years to sleep at night and be awake during the day. It's not good for you. I'm not really selling long haul, am I? But no, it's for some people it's great. They love it and they love the time down route. And if 10-15 years ago, if I was offered a job to switch long haul, I would have probably taken it, but not now. Yeah, but Stephen must have long-term health implications. Campi, congratulations, flight school finished, top rating in August. Well done. 7.3, 320, ATR. I don't know. Best of luck with it. Tips: just follow all your company documentation. You should get some sort of study pack telling you what to study, but you can straight away start learning the technical aspects of the aircraft you're going to be type rating on. Build that knowledge up. Oh, big boy 777, very nice. God, what airline's taking 777 pilots direct entry? That's very, very good. Henry, spend time with family, friends, a lot easier on short haul as well, at least in my case, absolutely. Steve Jacobson, Mike Bannister's book in Concorde. I've actually got that book, I need to read it. He said ex-Concorde pilots prefer moving to short haul because the sectors were similar to transatlantic routes. Yeah, of course, well, 3-hour sector, wasn't it? And Shesh, you got a friend who's second officer on the triple. Loves life but says he doesn't want to do it after his 30s. Perfectly valid. Yeah, it's exactly my situation. I'm on the other half of that age now, and my work-life balance is perfect here. Mike Ogden, is there a danger of getting an image imprint on your monitor if you leave it set overnight? Well, I turn my monitors off because I don't see the point of them being on if you're not using it. But I think I've got an LG, is it OLED? You don't get it? Not sure. But I turn mine off. Hayden, a boy or girl for number 2? It's a boy. It's a boy. We've chosen a name as well, but we call it boy at the moment. Mike Scott, does long haul pilot backup? Does a long haul backup pilot get paid whilst they race? Yeah, no doubt. You're on duty. Yeah, so I always sort of, there you go, I fixed any burnout on my screen now. Yeah, I turn the monitors off. Exactly, Steve, yeah, no point. If you're not there, why would you leave it on? Anyway, won't be long until I have my siesta myself. Over the Atlantic. I think, just have a look here on the high altitude airway. Yeah, you'd be entering oceanic airspace here at Yokoka. So New York Oceanic, you get your oceanic clearance when leaving Jacksonville into the oceanic airspace. It's actually an airway all the way here to Mino, and then you join the NAT tracks. No, via Lumpy, I think you join the NAT tracks or something. Oh no, there is a NAT track, my apologies, via Porty. Which comes up on Navigraph now, doesn't it? NAT track X-ray. Oh look, then we do, is it a random routing? Oh, I'm unfamiliar with that. And then Viaduct. Oh yes, strategic lateral offset procedures. Will the aircraft do that without causing issues? I think I'll just leave it. Hello Cube Atlantic, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Hayden, very lucky, thanks buddy. actually you had some monitor burn-in. Oh dear. Jack says, would you recommend getting an HPL nowadays without an airline behind it? I mean, I didn't and took that risk, and I was very fortunate to get a job. If you can get sponsored scheme, absolutely, you know, it gives you that peace of mind. But I worked hard and got as prepared as I could for the interview, I was lucky. I worked hard, but yeah, that's like, it's something you have to be willing to do, and you know, what's the consequences if you don't get a job? But yeah, I'd always say do it. Our aircraft there on VATSIM. Opposite, it's got the enhanced TCAS as well, so you can see the direction the aircraft's going, which is really cool. And you can see like United Airlines 1067. That's really cool. What's the 239? Is that its present altitude? No, because it's plus 900. What's the number there? 238. Welcome. Very cool. Welcome, Flat 40. Thank you very much for your subscription. I'll get this screen turned down. Press that to scan our progress, and that's probably where I'll leave you for the night. Looking like this. 10 minutes time. Six guys. I thought I had the baby, but she's still fast asleep. There we are. Whilst I'm sleeping, you're not going to see much terra firma. It's going to be all Atlantic the whole way. Oh my gosh, Mark Scott. Yes, I have listened to some cabin pressure. It was based off an airline, wasn't it, on Radio 4 a long time ago. But it was when I was based in Edinburgh, and I was driving up each week, and I had it on. Very funny. Can't remember any of it now. Abby, cheers, have a good night, sir. Hopefully the plane is still going tomorrow morning. Fingers crossed. I mean, I have had a 100% success rate on these long hauls. I mean, to be fair, flight sims are reasonably stable. And I have done an A350 overnight long haul when it first was released. We did. Who remembers the routing? Anyone in chat remember our overnight long haul we did in the A350? Yeah, don't say that, Josiah, that's true. Leave this music on for you overnight as well. Very good, guys, well done. Tokyo to LA. Yeah, first Pacific flight of the Pacific we've ever done with JAL. Hello, Golden Aviation Real. I wanted to ask, how has the Boeing TCA yoke? Been really keen to purchase it recently. Is there any dead zones near the centre on the roll? I've heard there's a persistent issue on the yoke. Well, I actually got... Oh no, that's the stick cap. I got my yoke away. I got my yoke before it was released. So I was very fortunate for Thrustmaster to receive that. Mine's still working absolutely fine. You can set null zones as well if there is any noise. But no, it's been a fantastic yoke, and I rate it as well. I've got emails from Moser. Moser have offered to send me a bit of their stuff, but I've not got around to sort of replying to them. Time-wise, don't know when I'll get it squeezed in, but they have a conventional sort of Cessna-style yoke, but the box, you look at my desk, guys, it has a massive box that sits there. I wouldn't get it on my desk. No space at all, so how often I'd use it. Very chill. Very chill. It's been a fun couple of hours anyway streaming you guys, although the setup took some time. But yeah, you know, for its little quirks we've seen so far, this aircraft seems to be really well. Lots going on here. There's all this stuff here I need to know about. I've played around. Very, very neat. 640-mile range. I love this little. Shows you the more at 40 miles, I guess ahead or either side, not sure, but 1,000 feet. Look. Wind shear, yeah, the wind control 737 yoke. I've read a little bit about this. This isn't like a full-size yoke. It's bonkers, isn't it? Well, they very kindly sent me their MCP, so maybe I could have a little look at that and review that. Would it be a permanent feature? I just think for sort of ease of use, probably not. But if someone wanted that full setup, then absolutely. Yeah, that is bonkers. I might, if they, I'd borrow it, record a video, and then probably send it back. It's just practicality, you know, getting that plugged in on the stream every day, because I do a lot of work on my desk as it is. So the great thing about the Thrustmaster yoke is just two little clamps, just rotate that, boom, done. Oh, Steve, yeah, I've got my new 3D printed thing here. Yeah, let me show this, guys. So this was off eBay. 3D printed. I had the massive official Thrustmaster clamp before. This one's so much better because it's the same width as the thrust levers. So yeah, don't have any issues with it hitting my legs, and I can get my office chair nicely in, which is pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Alright. You know, I mean, something I'd love to try and see how it is, but it's just, it's huge. I'll show you this Moser thing briefly. Hold on. That's £700. Have a look at this. There you go. Look at the size of it. There you go. Look at this picture here. I mean, I think that he's gone Reddit. He's sacrificed all this desk space. Yeah, so, you know, again, I'd love to try it, but that thing is massive. Absolutely huge. Yeah, I physically can't get it on my desk. Simple as that. So yeah, not for me. Dicky, you said the wind control radio tuner. Is that based off of Airbus or Boeing? Because I need one of those. I've got the Logitech one, which is so out of date. You need to download this old software, and I didn't. It caused all sorts of issues, and it explains how I've disused it. Mine's just retired. I haven't used it in months. So I'm overtaking you soon. I can't see on the route. Anyway, 2 minutes to go, guys, until my break. I am going to log off of VATSIM now because. Shall I see Josiah if I look around? I'll just have a quick look at the VATSIM map. Oh no, he's quite a way ahead. Yeah, so I'll log off VATSIM now. Am I disconnected? Awesome. Yeah, Golden Aviation with the wind control Cyber Taurus yoke is meant to be a 1-to-1 replica of the 7.3 yoke. The main downside is very big and that will be fitting in most people's desks. Yeah, you know, I'd love to show you some things, but I've got to think about practicality of using my desk, and Joe uses my desk occasionally as well. With this massive yoke in this office, it ain't gonna work. Oh, $3,000. That's crazy. Right guys, well, what's the time now? 23:29. Better get my timer ready. 45 seconds to go. And you've got the time here in Zulu, look. So as soon as that shows, 22, it's actually bang on. This is the exact time as I'm streaming. So if you want to get your clock, you can see the latency in the stream. So this is a just checked the time on my iPhone, which is obviously UTC. Well, British Summer Time, it's closest nearest second. It's amazing how accurate Flight Sim is. So right now it's 35 seconds, and this is matching my real time. So you can check the latency of the stream. It should be about 6 seconds or so. So there we are. There we go. 50 seconds to go. I'll get this bang on 7 hours hopefully. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. There you go. 10 seconds later, I think it depends on the world where you are. There you go then, right. What I'll do is sort of set it up so something like this, and if I move that into the window. How's that view, guys? Hold on, no, we need a bit more on the map. Zoom in a little bit maybe. Make sure that's tracking the aircraft. It is. Put that in there. How's that? How's that view, guys? Your clock is slow. Cheers, Cat. How's that? Good view? Looks nice. Perfect. I'll turn down the brightness of the... Oh no, I can't. No, I just have to leave it on bright. It won't get too dark. How about a dash view? Well, this is good because you can see the map on the bottom left. You can see outside the beautiful view. I think we're all set, guys. So what I'm going to do now is call it a night, and I will be back in 6 hours, 58 minutes and 54 seconds. Showered, in my pyjamas, ready to go. It's been fun, guys. Really enjoyed the first half, and thanks for your patience whilst we battled through the A350. It's always fun trying to fly a different aircraft when you're hardwired to fly something else. But it's been fun. Look after yourselves, and I'll see you in the morning. God bless you all. Good night. morning. There we are, 7 hours later. 6:30 British summertime. Hope you're doing well, guys. It's I think the 5th, 6th overnight long haul we've done. Where are we? Oh look, we've just crossed the UK. We're already over the North Sea, I think. Oh no, we're not. Ah, there we are. There's the coastline of Scotland as we go to the North Sea. Perfect. And the iniBuilds A350 is ticking along really nicely. Looks like no issues. Still at 36,000 feet, at 0.78, doing a much slower cruise speed than this aircraft would typically do because we did long range cruise last night. Just along the, what's the east coast here, the north east coast, there's Aberdeen. Perfect. Just logged back onto VATSIM, so just see the range here. Big Josiah, you're still ahead of me, aren't you, or something? Perfect. Probably that. I haven't even played the stream back. It's not dark at all. Not at this time of year. Anyway, Adichas, good to see you still here. Morning, good day. Just I've been cloudy most of the night. Yes, what time is it for you now? About 11 o'clock in the morning. Steve, yeah, I resubmitted the flight plan, then logged back on. Infield, long time. Finally an Asia-friendly time. Good morning. Good afternoon to you, I should be saying. Hope you're doing well. Hello. You can see a bit of chatting going on in the middle of the night. There we are. Half midnight, Josiah. So that's 2 hours after I enter my stream local time. Oh my goodness. Vince, good afternoon to you. We might find a few people from Australia this morning. I'm doing well. Right. What are we waypoint lines? We've got Bereb coming up. Herring seems to have worked well. Out of course, all here, then the North Atlantic track. Here we are with Scotland, that's great. And into Oslo. Where we've got this morning, oh look at this. Wind for the north, so hopefully 0-1 left for us. Cav OK, 90 degrees QH 1025. Amazing. Fuel vent, how's that going? Okay, 5.8 tonnes on arrival. Yeah, you know what? I think with the extra fuel we took, 5.9, they're still changing around a bit. Like you can see the speeds jumping. We saw that yesterday. I'm doing fuel check in Barrett, but yeah, we're arriving with 4.5 reserves for Oslo Torp and our alternative. So we've got a bit extra, and we took 1.2 tonnes extra, so it does sort of make sense. Find my active waypoint. There we are, Barrett. Perfect. I don't know if there's an optimum cruise level to be at. How do you find that information on the 350? This one. Earth, probably. Top descent 619. Very good, 719 local. Optimum step point blank. Surely there's something that says, yes, optimal flight level is this. That's cool. Someone in chat will tell me. Thanks, good evening, 10:30 PSD, good day to you. Hello from Australia, we've got MC Calder here, you've not been here for a while, hope you're doing well. Peter Fonzie, good morning to you. Captain Jen just hope you're doing well. Pilot Fred says, hello, are you on early or late? I'm on annual leave. I wouldn't be doing something like this on my duty, because technically I'm satisfied both. Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. Is there much point doing a step climb? I might do it just for fun. I think being so close to top percent 300 miles probably not, but you'd probably get some time saving on the keyboard. So we'll do it anyway. Under active then performance. Ah, I'm here already. Cruise 3. Ah, right in front of me. Like Optimus 425. Recommended max is 429. So if we go up to flight level. What are we at here? 360, we do 420, that should work. So how do I update everything here? I guess if I do that and push it. There we are. Oh, it's just updated. There we are. Clear info. And the fuel they're on now is 6.7, so that's actually saved quite a bit of fuel. And we should have noted, sorry, just turn this music down here. We should have noted the fuel burn, what we were burning here. So I mean, obviously we're climbing now, so it sort of doesn't make sense. But there we are, climbing up to 420. 420 is the valid flyer level. Suggest 410. Why is that? Because of the track? Oh, is that because... Should I be at 410 then? Going eastbound, I suppose. Fine. Just went 420 because, you know what, I can. Anyway, I'm updating it. Yeah, look, we're saving fuel 6.6. But 40 is not RVSM, it's not an issue, it's not going to be anyone up there. I mean, at 410 there's no one really there anyway. Oh, somewhere on the hardware channel, I've not logged into Discord here, where I bought the club. Yeah, I'll DM them the guy I bought it from off eBay. Oh, they've got tags, mate, but I will respond to them. But yeah, then just type in eBay. It's the one that's 27 quid. Oh yeah, MW County, your name is Sam. I've been saying my name for about 6 years. Yeah, 4013. Yeah, if it's odd levels this direction. Now, one thing that happens a lot in Europe is you obviously have the guidance on what optimal flight level you need to be at based off your direction for clearance, which you typically do when you fly in general aviation all the time. But you do sometimes get assigned non-standard levels by ATC, especially if there's no traffic. If you want it, but they might do it for traffic. So yeah, even though you say 414345, it is possible to do a non-standard flight level. I just went here, right, optimum is 425, max is 429, so I can't do 43, next highest is 420, perfect. Yeah, the clap's superb. Yeah, much better for my desk. But I'm going to do a bit of DIY at some point this week, because let me just move yoke cam. If you have a look at this, just turn yoke cam on there. There we are. So there's my wing control MCP. There's obviously my monitors. Ever since I put the monitors on extendable arms, I can't. I've got this shelf here, so this shelf, look, it moves. See how I move it back? That's been retired. I'm going to drill a slot to allow me to push the shelf all the way to the back of the wall, because there's about a 2-inch gap, and it will just free up more space here for me to sort of write on. Because before I had the monitors on these extendable arms, I could push that shelf all the way back and have much more desk space, but I've sort of limited it now, unfortunately. So that's going to go get the jigsaw out and do a bit of chopping. Anyway, let me just reset. There you go. Oh yeah, tartan pyjamas for you this morning, guys. I think that's Josiah ahead of us on Patterson. There we are. 20 miles ahead. Very good. Oh, I'm going to learn how to lap this thing as well. Well, it looks like the overlay's working really nicely. It's getting me up to date. Let's see what way they're using real life in Oslo Gardemoen. I'm just going to have a quick look at flight radar. There we are. Flight level 410 achieved. Oslo Gardemoen this morning. They are landing. They're using both runways. There's aircraft departing off 01 left and right at the moment. Oh, definitely normally. I'll plan 01 left, unless anyone knows any better chance. Oh, Steve, it's great. So yeah, in the office I'm 24.5 degrees and I've had the window open all night. If I had not opened the window and the office door, this room would have gone too hot. I think by the end of this, that's what I went to bed last night, sort of 28. I opened my office window because obviously my daughter's bedroom's opposite my office. So, you know, if I had the door open, she couldn't hear me. So I closed it, even with the window open, I could sort of get to 27, 28. But yeah, now it's 24.5 with office door wide open and outdoor window nice open. But still 24.5 with the PC on is acceptable. Mark just overflown to Scotland, I know. We woke up, it was just crossing north of Aberdeen. And, top of descent is coming up here, be an hour, there we are, 240 miles away. Perfect time for an overnight long haul. Morning Tim, hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling well as well, buddy. Apollo might be my lucky day actually able to watch the live stream live. Hello from Australia, good morning. Loads of people popping in from Australia. Yeah, 28, 29, that's one of the reasons I wanted to do one of these overnight streams. It's going to be hot here as well, same temperature. And it's set, I'm just looking at the weather app, there's no rain forecast for like the next 2 weeks. It hasn't rained for about 2 weeks before. We've got a water ban now. But yeah, it's 27. Oh, you won't see me streaming sort of between 4 and 8 British summer time. I'm afraid it just can't control the temperature. Well, I can with the aircon. Maybe with the aircon. We'll see. But I've got a few streams planned. Don't forget this aircraft as well. Our flight time's 9 hours 20. When it's going to be doing these. Well, Singapore Airlines, they fly from Singapore to New York, I don't know what their flight time is. It wouldn't even be halfway on this sector. Oh my goodness me. It wouldn't even be halfway. Bonkers. I might one day do one of these ultra long haul ones, but break the stream into 2 parts, but or computer, you're going to get thrashing. Yeah, our grass is all burnt out, it's all yellow. Okay, cool. Oh, nice weather forecast. Steve was trying to remember, what was that long haul flight you once did in the German aviation aircraft? We did a charity stream where we flew from Iceland to Greenland, the west coast of Greenland. That was probably the longest ever general aviation flight I've done. That was sort of 2 sectors, but both those sectors were 3.5 hours long. I love Pob's talking about this hot weather. Summer in Brisbane is usually around 29, 35 every day. I know, but we've discussed this a lot. Don't forget the houses in the UK are built to keep the heat in. Thick insulation, triple glazing. So, you know, we've had a really hot summer, unusually hot. Now, that sort of temperature, for this is our 3rd heat wave. Some of the houses are just, well, if we go out and come in, the temperature in the house are 28 plus. If we're lucky, you know. And you weren't getting the respite at night either. Poms. Got to love it. Oh, it's lovely, 6:45 in the morning. You can hear everyone outside going to work as they drive past. And we get to chill out. Chill out this week, it's great. Jazan is about 20 miles ahead of us. Oops, we can see him in a second. Might have to slow down a bit, just check the speeds we're doing. So I'm doing a ground speed 469 knots. Yeah, just doing exactly the same speed, so we should be good. It's actually come up with your name on the map. Oops. What does that say? Is that your name there? So I've got your... Oh, sorry, it's overlapping there. So I think I've got your technical information, but I think it's also come up with your VATSIM name. How strange. That's due to New Sky. Oh yes, because I think it shows your New Sky where you've got... yeah, I can see here on New Sky. 15.5 miles ahead. Oh, did you hear little one? Yeah. Wifey's on it. We wonder how us Brisbaneites complain about the cold because our house aren't built for cold. Woke up 5 degrees outside this morning. You must be actually quite cold. And I guess you can't disable it, Josiah. Oh well. I love that. Love that, Tim. It's part of the airline taking the real team home. Row Airlines, yes. Well, tomorrow we come to play Argentina. Got 161 disgruntled Norwegians, but they've been enjoying the amenities on our premium economy and business class service on our A350-900 ultra long range, which we've not really tested. Wind shear, when are we descending? Top of descent is at 6:12 Zulu, so in about 25 minutes. We'll start setting up shortly. Not there's much to set up in an A350. If it's hot, it's cold wherever you are. Yeah, she complains about the cold in Australia, even though in Canada it's -30. It's probably because she was born there in the buildings. That horizon is bright. Yeah, I've had this a lot when I've departed the UK. You're going eastbound on first wave, you've got the sun right in your face. You're trying to block all the light out. Actually, does this have sun visors? Oh, yeah. What am I doing? Oh, well, they're not doing a really good job. Okay. Well, the sun is the exact same brightness. Like, oh, it isn't there, look. For some reason, this bit is really thick. And this bit is a little bit of tissue paper. It's not actually doing anything. No, perfect. This excellent. A bit of a feedback for the team. Now, look, burning. It's very efficient, this aircraft. We're burning 4.8 tons an hour. So each engine is the same as sort of an NG 2737's worth. Having said that, we've only got 161 passengers, so they best be paying premium to make us a profit. Alpaca Airways. There's no point using that, seeing it doesn't actually work. Oh my gosh, the sun's actually rotating. View of the cabin's nice. The clouds are very generic and flat though. No cumulus activity this time of day though. Especially over the sea. The sun's been oh yeah, we're supposed to do our fuel time check, see how accurate we are to sim brief. We're we are. Overhead Berlin. Can I bring in the flight plan here? Probably. No. Oh, I don't dare press fetch sim brief and things like that. Oh, there it is, OFP. Perfect. So yeah, a little bit of scrolling. A bit of a pain to scroll like this, but no choice. Bear up, 8 hours 23 minutes, 8 hours 19, so we're 4 minutes ahead of schedule. About 4 minutes ahead of our time. We should have 11.5 tons of fuel. And we have 9.1. My goodness, fuel burn's off. Should have burned 48.8 tons. Yeah, we burnt an extra 2.2 tons. My goodness, I'd be alarmed at that in real life. That's a lot of extra fuel we burnt. Is there a slight issue with the sim brief flight plans, or is that just the way it is with the iniBuilds? Base design. Look at that. Ben, enjoy your workout. Oh no, workout. Better get ready for work now. I thought I've read workout. Enjoy. Steve, I'd be terribly afraid to press any button here. Yeah, I think, especially as we've discovered, I accidentally removed all of the routing by pressing that Navigraph button in the tablet. I think we want to be careful. But she's delicate. That's why I like the old classic stuff. You can't go wrong. Peter, can you update winds in this? Yes, you can. I did update the winds at top of climb yesterday, so shouldn't make too much difference. Wind shear, you had the same issue. The A350 just slowly eats fuel. Yeah, I did take a look at the Discord when I was planning the stream. There's a lot of people complaining about mismatching sim brief data and the fuel burn being too high. And a lot of people, if you take block fuel off the flight plan, you get that message showing you land less than the destination fuel allowance, and you basically get there and you're 2 tons below your reserves. You're landing with like a ton on Mayday. Steve, yeah, one would hope you would get a confirmation yes, no before it wipes the flight plan out. Yeah, it does say, I think it's in red, and it does say clicking this will, or selecting this clear your routing, but I think the ease in which you can do it, yeah, it'd be nice to just have a confirmation. That would certainly be a good thing. Yeah, look at the aircraft when we get Ryzen crashes. Well, touch wood, nearly there, guys. Won't do anything too off-piste in the 350 today. Go from there. So guys, I'll nip to the toilet shortly. It's just the morning, and we'll start setting up for the approach. Perfect. I'll be back in about. I'll be back on the hour. I'm not going to be 7 hours away, but I'll be back in 5 minutes. Plus Joe's message anyway, so I'll be back shortly. Back in 5, guys. Cheers. That's better. Right, better start setting up for this approach as we cross the North Sea into Oslo Gardemoen. Well, we've already got the weather. Weather's fantastic. For those of you who missed it, get it here via, I will imagine. ACARS, Cabo K, 19 degrees, QNH is 1025. Beautiful morning in Oslo Gardemoen. And we'll now start setting up for the approach. We're based off 01 left, so again I'm using the sort of included checklist to set everything up here. So approach preparation. I actually have flown into Oslo Gardemoen before in real life, and I have some guidance to some documentation. There's it's a sort of airport. It's perfect. 2 nice long runways, plenty of capacity. But I'm going to plan off. I think I said ILS Yankee at the planning stage. So just go here to Oslo Gardemoen approach. Yeah, ILS Yankee 01 left via Valpo. There is an X-ray. Slightly different arrival, which we're going to use. Yeah, I'm very sure it'll be ILS Yankee. So we'll select that here. We'll come back to it here. And that is in the FMS already. We'll then go to performance. Select approach. Right then, so insert all the data here. Surely there's a way of automatically inserting this, being an A350. I'll go to landing performance as well. Select airport. Do you have to type that in manually? Echo, November, Golf, Mike. How do I press enter? You don't need to. 01 left. Alright, perfect. Sync. There we are. So we've got all the wind information in. So 0107. Can I not import that? I might have to do it manually, guys. Manual input. Enter. 7. Oh gosh. A bit of a freeze there. Outside air temperature. There's probably a way of syncing this. Wait, hold on. I've selected the airport. Is it saying error? I'm not sure. 90 degrees 1025. I'll just put it in now. Do the whole brake to vacate. Minimums off that chart then. Just Cat 1, 857 feet. Very, very low approach speed. Right, that all the information's in. Sync FMS. Sync sim brief. Compute. There we are. So the aircraft's capable of stopping in plenty of margin. Factored. Hey. Factored landing distance 1,321 meters. That's hardly anything. What order brake settings that? Yeah, brake mode. Yeah, we don't want manual. I got manual or medium. Oh, you go medium then. But now we'll use the brake to vacate anyway. Super low approach speed. We're not very heavy, don't forget as well. And that's 126 knots. What flap settings that? Is that full flaps? Incredible, really. Right, how do I put that into the brake to vacate then? Just try and work out where we want to stop first. But it doesn't matter. You can just put it in. It'll just adjust it. I forgot about this. I think here maybe Alpha 6. Where's all the long haul stands in Gardemoen as well? Need to park somewhere realistically. There actually doesn't seem to be many wide body stands available. Stand 80 looks like it can accommodate us. done a stream on wide body jet there. I'll plan for stand at 80. Right then, let's brake to vacate then. Ideally, we want to come straight off at hotel. We want to get onto hotel, so yeah, here will be perfect. Victor. Right then, let me read the manual. Select your runway exit on the ANF and arm brake to vacate. Read page 55 on detailed steps on how to do this. Okay. So pull the runway condition braking action knob. Aha! So it's dry. Push the knob button to select the mode. Okay, done that. Plan range, there's your range. Oh yeah, oh, I wonder if this will work because we were having issues with Navigraph, weren't we? Oh no! But it did work on my test sector and I did absolutely nothing and now Navigraph doesn't work, but I've got Navigraph all in the charts, but how am I able to brake to vacate if this... I can't zoom in. Well, can I just do a different braking action? Braking action. Just select dry. Damn it. Brake medium. I've got no choice. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Oh, land ahoy. Beautiful scenery. So yeah, unfortunately, no brake to vacate. Yeah, the Navigraph I synced up on my test sector, all worked fine. I zoomed in on the EFIS panel, worked fine, and then when I started the stream, we lost that integration. So, oh, so Jill, how do I do that? Yeah, auto brake low would be more than sufficient today. So how do I actually select low? Fam's your longest real flight in flight 14 hours, pretty long enough. Yes, Steve, we'll do that. Or I'll go auto brake medium, kick it out as soon as I land, and then just plan to vacate that way. Right, so I've done the performance essentially. That's it, I think we're done. We are. I can preset the QNH here, it's pretty cool. 102. Is it 1025? Just double check the weather. Yes, 1025. Perfect. Just sorry, where am I parking? Going to be on stand 80. I think it's the only the few stands which can accommodate wide body jet. So I'm going to park just here on the. Hey, I don't think that matches the parking stands chart. Stand by. Yeah, so stand 80 or 76, look, if we aim for those ones, vacate at hotel, well it's not hotel, it's Alpha 5, or even Alpha 6, sorry, and then those stands are right on the corner of the main terminal, so 76 and 80 here. However, it seems to appear on, oh no, I was looking in the wrong place, that's why, 76 and 80, perfect. It's such a shame about brake to vacate, I can't. I don't want to dare try and sync Navigraph in flight or get something to work there. Well, beautiful scenery, trees as we pop outside. Just reset the camera here. nice. Beautiful. Norway, beautiful country. Top of descent, can't be far away now. 40 miles. Superb. So set the knob to try and pull it to arm the brake to vacate feature. Oh, so you don't need... So Jill, do you have to have that map up though to be able to select brake to vacate? Or can you do it any other way? Morning Javelin, hope you're doing well. It's really cool, this aircraft. Yeah, so all this modern flying, and we're going to jump into the 200 again. We're just going to take it old school. Not on the map is for situation awareness, but the brake to vacate works around the map. Ah, okay. So how do I set that up? That would be great. Talk me through it. Seeing that I haven't got the ability to look at the map on the panel, unfortunately. Capture glide slope at 20 miles on the runway at 2,000 feet in the flight factor. Sounds like if you're at 20 miles and you caught it at 2,000 feet, you caught the false glide slope, which I think is modelled in X-Plane. So, yeah, you would crash because you're not on the actual glide slope. You're at 2,000 feet, 20 miles. That isn't the correct globe you've intercepted. So, on a glide slope, you have the beam which comes out. You get like a mirror radio signal as well. Typically, I think it's like 3 degrees either side of it. So you've got the actual glide slope of 3, but at 9 degrees, you have another one. Now, I don't know if it's below, if you can get one potentially, but the issue is it's sensing the glide slope from above essentially. But I think, if I remember rightly, there is one below, but I'd have to double check everything. But yeah, it sounds like you caught some sort of false glide slope, which will send the aircraft haywire. That's why you need to always make sure you're at a sensible height. There have been instances in the past where aircraft have caught false glide slope. And certainly the 7.3 is very aggressive once on glide slope to stay on the glide slope, but if you've got a false one, yeah, it'll put you into the ground. Chamberlain, you can't wait till the TU-154. Yeah, we've flown that before. We're Tupolov fans. Haven't flown it for about 5 years. The old Felis one in X-Plane. That was a steep learning curve. Oh, so you'll turn the knob to no and then pull it. Where's the knob to low? I can see runway condition braking action. When you say pull the knob to low, tell me where that knob is. I'll certainly try it. Yeah, there is a giant fan on it, Steve. Very well modelled. Anyway, look, top of descent's coming up. Let's have a look at this star. So restriction-wise, what have we got here? None. Oh yeah, flight level 100, so we'll set that initially. And I think I can push it down. There we are, after flight time of 6 hours and 12 minutes, we're starting our descent. Here we go. Oh no, sorry, not 6 hours 12, 8 hours 41, that's the current time. There we are, push, down we go. Oh, that'll make you feel sick. A bit aggressive with the pitch down. There's our little green path dot. Oh, the inner rim. Where? I'm still confused, Jill, when you say rotate it to low. I can obviously pull it, select the runway condition code. So dry, push. Braking action if I put it here. It's exactly the same. But you said rotate the knob to low. Don't know where that is. Let's go. Get too early, didn't just clear the fence. It's in Duxford still, currently on a plinth. Which, yeah, so 20 miles from the runway, turn and lock on. Yeah, so, you know, typically ATC would vector you onto a sort of around a 10 mile final, sometimes greater than that. So, yeah, just make sure you've got sensible indications. Localise, yeah, good up to sort of 17, 18 miles. Glide slope, you don't want to be arming outside of 15, really. Which should you advise you're descending on Unicom? I mean, are you meant to on Unicom? I generally do it approaching the airport. There's no benefit for me telling me on Unicom I'm descending to anyone. Oh, so Jill, yes, that's... You were doing it correctly by turning the knob, you select the brake action once you're satisfied. Example drive, pull it towards you. Yes, I know that, but you were saying that I could select auto brake low. How do I select auto brake low with the inability to do brake to vacate? Now, what you did say you can use brake to vacate without the map. That's what I'd like to know. But regardless, it doesn't matter. We can disconnect the auto brake and roll. And they're on path, on speed, looking good. Into a headwind, and you can see the beautiful weather ahead. Past 7 in the morning. So this is point merge arrivals. The idea is you maintain flight level 100 all the way around this arc, and then you just get peeled towards Valpo when you're ready. So we'll probably do a little bit of the arc, and then we'll just route direct to Valpo when we're happy. So I go back to the airport map. Germany ETA. I mean, we're not going to do the full arrival. It's showing 6:38. Probably the point merge short. Probably about 6:30, 6:35 latest. Right, go back to the airport map. Okay. In here. Right. The 2 up arrows. Click landing. Ah, here. Aha! Amazing, and then you can put the distance in. Brake to vacate exit at how many meters from the threshold? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Well done, Josiah, thank you. So 3,600 meters. We need to work out how far Alpha 6 is. I wonder if we can work backwards off any of the airport information charts. These are obviously from the threshold. What's the distance remaining the other way? Oh, Alpha 6 is 1703. Oh, very good. Who worked that out? Thanks for that. I guess I use this to type it. Enter. Okay. And now, what do I do? Is there a brake to vacate button? Push the other brake button again. Ah, there we are, brake to vacate. Well done. Cheers, Josiah. My little Airbus knowledge expert. There we are. Perfect. We're in. So now we should have the correct braking performance to get off at Alpha 6. Airbusing is difficult, I know. You need to be a computer programmer. Beautiful morning. Yeah, well, I'll pack the A350 away after today's stream. It's always fun, it's always a challenge. But so far so good, it's descending nicely. On speed, 300 knots, on level. All the correct vertical path, got decel to 250 knots at ADOPI. Select all the charts here, might as well. ADOPI 3 Lima, pinned, approach, double, ILS Yankee. Unpin that. Perfect. I fly this aircraft a bit, I can tell, Josiah. I don't. It's the first time I've flown it in a year. Gosh, someone's on his way to work, was a bit late. Stunning. Which, yes, don't need the extra computer skills. It is a modern marvel. Oh, look at the texture quality change there. So it's like all blurry and then all of a sudden very nice. I guess that's some sort of photogrammetry issue. Oh, you can also put the fixed rings in. Remind me. I'll see if I can work it out myself. Still on FMS1. Flight plan. Ah. Oh, it's consuming there. Morning, Edo. How are you? Oh, there, yeah, nearly. Anyway, there's the decel for 250 knots, so it's pitching up. Flight plan info at the bottom. Fix info. Aha! Oh gosh, what was it called, that waypoint? ENGM, 0 on the left. Enter. 10. Have I done a thing? Ah. Yes, I have. Situation awareness increased. Ryan, 0 on left chart, something like Mr. Approach climb gradient, minimum 2.6%. It's very close to standard 2.5, so that's not an issue. And due to the terrain, like an immediate left turn. I don't know if it mentions Mr. Approach climb gradient there, but yeah, standard. Alright, how do you know the climb gradient? Well, you can use the OPT. The OPT on landing en route will confirm if you can make the missed approach climb gradient for you. If not, you can go into tables, but typically, yeah, even single engine, you can easily make 2.5%, no problem at all. There we are, on the arrival. NIVDU coming up, maps 250, and then we're aiming to be 220 at Gulf White 402, and then we'll make the right turn on the point merge. 17,000 feet. Pop on the seatbelt sign now. No smoking, please. No mobile phones. Josiah, you're going to go for Golf Mike 402 direct to Valpo. Yeah, it makes sense. And that's exactly what you get. And I should think anyone coming in this morning this direction, they'll probably already be given direct Valpo. And you should be close to path. And then, you know what? I might do direct Valpo now. Cause, yeah, that's what happens. Flying to Dublin quite a lot, and they have the exact same arrival. Sort of similar design system. You get level, and if it's quiet, you don't even do any elements of the point match. You just get direct to the extended centre line. So you know what? For realism, I will now put direct Valpo because it's exactly what you get in real life, especially as I'm number one in. So what I'll do is that. All about realism. Insert present position direct to. Done. And look, you can see how close I am to my actual path. Well, that's very aggressive. And now it's accelerating 302 knots because I've got rid of the decel. Look at it, the engine's spooling up. But yeah, the autopilot is very aggressive in pitch. You know, that it levelled off incredibly aggressively. I'll set 5,000 feet now anyway. Well, we'll accelerate back to that econ speed. Circulation 1025. Whoa! What's the going on? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, well, we're now high on path as soon as I set the QNH. There we go. Right. I'm not much of an Airbus. It seems a bit aggressive with these changes. Anyway, we're now recapturing the path. It's accelerating back to the target speed. Which is you've done the shortcut as well, so gosh, how far ahead of it? You are 8 miles ahead, so we're just going to be careful of the speed here. Yeah, you know, you're doing 294 knots and I'm doing 360. Okay, that ain't going to work. Alright, Josiah, keep your speed up. I'm going to slow down. So I'm going to tell it to do 250. Extend the speed brake as well. 250 knots already? Why are you going so slow at that altitude? Oh my gosh, no. Whoa! They said I was 9 miles, and now 7.6 in 30 seconds. No, I'm going to hit you in that rate of 3 minutes. I'll have to log off. Alright, perfect. We'll stay on path, do 250 knots, that's fine. Speed brake out. I love the sound effects they've got of the sort of cabin trim rattling. Oh, engine's spooling up, so we definitely don't want speed brake extended. Whoa! There's a lot of thrust. Alright, perfect. What else am I going to do? I'm actually going to... Is there a way of telling it you want to do 220 knots now? Yeah, so I've got... This is good, so I'm in VNAV path, the green dot, but the autothrottle's maintaining 220 knots. Pull speed. I've pulled it. It's been pulled. I've pulled it as hard as I can. Now the VSD display's very smart. All the coloured terrain information, all the information about your path. Superb. Anyway, QNH1025 set, passing 10,200 for 5,000 feet. Do the post-cruise checks. All the throttle's now maintaining speed on path, that's fine. So, lights on. I don't need a logo on. Set. Checks complete. Which I told you, airbusing is difficult. Well, at least for Boeing pilots, especially for Boeing pilots. I can get it to do what I want to do, though. That's the main thing. Excuse me. Anyway, 220 knots was the right decision, just to slow down, give some spacing between us and Josiah. Ruben, you should see your selected speed on the perf page as well. Oh yeah, perfect, 220. Next constraint's 200 Alcaraz. Alright, oh, now I activate approach mode, don't I? Activate approach. I feel like I need to do that. Have I tried wiggling it? Oh yeah. Uh-oh. Speed brake still extended? Huh? Oh, yeah, a tiny bit of noise, I think, from my speed brake lever. Should do it for when you hit approach on the ILS. I think different airlines do different things, though, because I've certainly heard people do it at 10,000 feet. Automatically just close the speed window. Okay. I'll just maintain 220 knots of spacing for now, anyway. Beautiful. Excellent. Yes, turn localizer scales on. Thank you. Yes, that arms the sort of approach system, isn't it? There's a glide slip already, perfect. Speed to an Airbus. Arm approach. Brilliant. 64. Oh yeah, V1's he moved up to the 737 a while back now, hasn't he? He's joined the dark side. Anyway, Aerosoft's scenery installed for Oslo Gardemoen, does look very nice. Shed cockpit stream needs to happen. Yeah, I think he needs a lot of help on the 737. That's what I'm doing. I'm only winding up. I certainly need a lot of help in this thing. Oh, pitching up. I was doing a very, very shallow rate of descent. Oh, I hear V-piloting.
Heavy is turning final to the ILS runway 01.
Perfect, we'll do the same shortly. Yeah, fans, love to see you fly the 747 Classic for Explain 12. Oh gosh, we've done about 20 streams in the Fearless 747-200. Head out to my YouTube homepage, go to playlists, look for the Fearless 742 and enjoy. We'll fly it again very soon. Turn on approach phase at the next waypoint. That's why I love streaming and chatting to you guys. You guys give me all these great tips on how to Airbus. So I wonder if I push it in now, what speed it will try to maintain. Oh yeah, 220, because that is the constraint, so that's good. I'll close the window. Thanks, Edo, for grabbing it. It's one of my favourite add-ons of all time. Right, you know what? Activate approach. Confirm. And now it's trying to slow down to 128 knots. But it won't go below the flap speed, correct? Anyway, next altitude is 4,000. So now, it'll slow down to 179 knots, which I guess is the clean speed. I got no correct. I'm gonna book 180 anyway. And then once we've got full flaps out, we'll close the window again. It won't go below green dot. Yeah, perfect. Anyway, now I can use VS. I can, and you know, really finesse onto the glide slope. Remember how high you are compared to the 738 when you flare? Yes, and that reminds me, I will try the flight recorder. Try and get a replay out of it. Record. We might as well see if it does something. The audio will probably be broken. Valley is a good add-on. You know, it has a few quirks here and there, but overall very, very happy. Right, arming approach. Oslo Gardemoen traffic Alpaca 21 Echo November's turning to a 12 mile final ILS 01 left. Awesome.
50,
Sim
40,
bear. Thanks
30,
you fiber, buddy.
20.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. Well, I've got New Sky up and running, we'll have to see. Localise arrive, localise and capture.
Remember the last landing in this? Defo wasn't butter.
I'll try. Glide slope capture as well. Missed approach altitude for ILS Yankee 01 left is 5,000 feet. And we're better to select some flaps now. Quite late, but it'll do. So light today, only got 161 passengers, which is, it's fully loaded based off this Singapore Airlines config we're using. 161 seats, 161 passengers. Oh, awesome. Another notch of flops.
Gardemoen traffic Alpaca 90821 Heavy is on a 4 mile final runway
So I'm now going to
left.
close the speed window. There we are. Oh, it's like real life. It's amazing. Arnold will not give you that autograph if it's not butter. I've been trimming the aircraft using him, he's just running up and down the cabin. So what are we, 9 miles, 180 knots? That's okay. I'll drop the gear probably at about 6-7 miles. Speed slowly coming back.
2,500.
Airbus sounds. I'm using a reshade now, it's all stock, I'm not using any of that stuff. Spacing ahead's good, 5 miles. Yeah. 7 miles, 170. Let's drop the gear. It's going to help slow us down. Oh gosh, I remember this add-on. Is it incredibly loud with the gear out for some reason? I want to watch these speeds for the flaps. What's the maximum speed with flap 3 selected? Fine. Arm this, then let's just bring up the landing checklist. Landing.
2,000.
Belts on, gear down, arm the spoilers, and flaps to landing flap. There we are. I've gone flap full. Am I meant to be at flap 3? I've gone flap full. Flaps. All green, no blue, apart from my brake to vacate. Checks complete. I think I was planning on full flaps. Anyway, there we are. Superb. Do I hand fly it? Right, I think we're good. Stick cam on. Enjoy my tart pyjamas. And then I just retard the thrust levers at some point, don't I? Right, disconnecting autopilot. Autopilot disconnected. Beep, beep, beep. Alright, perfect. Don't touch the thrust levers, remember? The auto throttle is still in, controlling speed.
Gardemoen traffic Alpaca 90821 Heavy is clear of runway 01 left. Taxi on stand 80.
Oslo Gardemoen traffic Alpaca 21 Echo November's 3 mile final ILS 01 left. Alright, perfect.
1,000.
The controls feel quite nice, they're quite sensitive, but that's what you do, it's how you fly the Airbus, there's lots of little inputs, isn't it? Got a, I say look across from the left, it's not, it's from the right, but I seem to be drifting right of the runway. Yeah, I'm hand flying the autopilots. Oh, gosh, a bit of weird yawing moment going on. I'm yawing left and right. No rudder input. Right, flare higher, yes, and I am higher, don't forget. Gosh, I've got to do a smooth landing after this long flight.
500.
Check.
$500.
Check.
$400.
Check. Here we
100
go.
above. $300. Minimum 200.
Continue.
100.
Here we go.
90. 80.
Oh my, what?
70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Oh, that'll do. I'd reverse its first wave. Brake to vacate activated. 100 knots. $80 knots. I think that was a good landing for me in the 350. Actually, credit to iniBuilds, it felt really nice. I think this is the one here, isn't it? Manual braking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Oslo Gardemoen. Was it this one or Alpha 6? No, it's the next right. Perfect. Probably braked a little bit too soon. Don't forget to cancel reverse. Yeah, I'll take it. And actually, you know what? I've flown a number of Airbus aircraft in the sim, and that felt quite nice, you know, and the inputs and stuff, so credit to iniBuilds there. I mean, I don't fly the Airbus, so I don't really know, but it felt like to get the aircraft to do it what I wanted it to do, as opposed to sometimes I felt like flying an Airbus, it was a bit wishy-washy, but yeah, I could put the aircraft where I wanted it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I got a little bit high last few seconds above the threshold, but we're here. Awesome. And the brake to vacate worked quite nicely. There's oh no, I missed the exit, but I think we planned. No, I did plan Alpha 6. That was perfect. That was good. So we'll take Victor, and then right on to Delta, and we're going to take stand 76 next to Josiah in his A350. Flight time 9 hours and 7 minutes. Amazing. Right. Speed brake is stowed. Flaps coming up. Brake system's all off. Set that to right about so I don't have clearance. Fantastic. Yeah, great job. You know, had a few little quirks with the add-on today and last night, but overall, yeah, this is the best A350. I think the only A350, but certainly the best. Very, very nice. All right, perfect. We'll tell GSX. I'm using a stupid remote control feature, aren't I? Request parking. No stands available. I'll select it from the map then. And this is gate 76. Select. I've selected that stand. Perfect. How much fuel on board? We landed with 6.2 tons. Alternative was 4.5. So I think we definitely burnt extra fuel, because remember I took a little bit extra as well. Ah, very nice. I'll take the second right here on Papa. We'll crank up the APU. Perfect. So actually we cross Papa, but this right's on Delta. This is the Aerosoft scenery. There's Josiah and his A350. 2 chartered A350 for Alpaca Airways to fly on the Norwegian fan zone. Sim's working beautifully, Steve. Steve, I'll always come to you if I have any PC issues, but it's been great since we set it all up in the beginning of the year. Haven't touched anything since. Okay, great performance, just running so smoothly. There we are, stand 80. And here is 76. Available. Turn off the lights. I did tell GSX this stand. I'm not sure why I've got the guidance, but hopefully we'll get the guidance here, or not. Just park up, guys. Unfortunately, I've lost the guidance. It's not working. Yeah, you would never pull on stand without marshalling, especially an aircraft this size. I think something like that. There we are. Parking brake is set. Now we can shut it down. Beautiful. Welcome to Oslo Gardemoen. Seatbelt signs off. No cameras, I don't know if they're modelled with the iniBuilds A350 or not. My brake's hot. Hey? 260, no. What's this here? Spoilers or something? Ah, beautiful. Alright, beacon off. Close the fart, new sky. Alright, and I think GSX is doing its thing. Not sure. I'm told. Tell him we want to request a boarding now.
The boarding requested.
Let's use Menzies. There we are, bridge connecting. Passengers will start disembarking. Superb. And there we are. The terminal's really nice and detailed. And this is the Aerosoft scenery. Oh my gosh, yeah, everybody's just having to do a bit of an incline though to get there. Right then. Let's have a look here. New sky, new sky, new sky. 10 out of 10. Made $151,000. Although flight delayed. Oh yeah, max 15 minutes. Yes, I was having to reload the flight plan again. Ignore the parking, guys. There we are. So 234 feet per minute, normal conditions. Distance and threshold is in the acceptable range. Average centerline deviation 73 centimeters. Just like you made 130,000. Ah, see, they wanted to fly with me and not you. Maybe what else? It was a nice landing. Yeah, I think one of my better Airbus landings, that's for sure. We'll take it. We'll take it. There we are. Well, look, we'll try the replay momentarily, see if it actually works. I'll load up a panel state for engines running, but yeah, it was good. iniBuilds A350 then. Yeah, you know what? It had a few quirks, but there's a lot going on that they have to model, and they've mostly done that really well. Sort of a few usability things, yeah, the ability to clear your flight plan so easily. That was a really good suggestion by Steve. Maybe have a confirmation, you know, pop-up that says yes, doing this will erase your flight plan, instead of me just pushing the sim brief button. Yeah, the autopilot's a bit aggressive in pitch, isn't it? But you know what? It actually was really, really nice to fly and land there. So yeah, no, I highly recommend the add-on if you want to do some ultra long flying or any long flying really. How about a 787 stream? I don't think there's one that's really well modelled. I know there's a free mod. I don't know if that's still updated, but I've not flown that in absolutely ages. So Jill says you're now an Airbus pilot. Think of upgrading the fleet. I mean, yeah, we've got every aircraft at Alpaca Airways. Steve, a bit ugly, but a good aircraft. It's not the prettiest, but yeah, amazingly mod. Ruben, yeah, how about 732? Yes, with all this modern commercial flying, we need to sort of fly something really old and classic to sort of balance it out. So yeah, I'm planning on flying in the 737-200 again next stream. I think Mango Studios have actually DM'd me saying they'd like to send me the Aberdeen scenery. So yeah, I think Aberdeen, short runway. I'll see if we can get a 200 in and out on, but maybe we can do a little 2-sector in the 200 at some point this week. Yeah, that's what we'll fly next then. Redo the Heathrow Alicante stream. Oh my god, I remember that, Ruben, and it crashed, didn't it? It crashed on short final, or turning final into Alicante. But yeah, when you're streaming, I don't know yet. I'm busy tomorrow. I think provisionally Thursday evening. But best thing to do is subscribe and push the bell icon so you're notified when I publish a stream. How is it compared to the Flight Factor A350? I've never flown the Flight Factor A350. I think it's a bit outdated from what I had. But am I right in thinking it's being updated to like a V2 like they've done with their 777? If it's on the same sound as their 777, it will be a really good add-on. But yeah, it'll be something that we can fly when it's released as well. Palm Beach, I'm surprised you don't get a frame rate hit from activating the replay. I've never had that, to be honest. I've always just sort of selected it. The problem is the default replay tool, the audio never is right, so the engines, when you reduce to idle, they sort of spool down in a very unrealistic sort of sounding way. So yeah, we'll see how we get on with the replay. But wow, it was another nice overnight long haul. So I'm glad we flew the aircraft again after such a long time. Amazing. So yeah, V1 not worth buying if you ask me. Yeah, it's been updated, but yeah, when the V2 comes out for Flight Factor, give that a try. Awesome. But yeah, really nice. Aerosoft scenery is absolutely stunning. I've done loads of streams in and out of Oslo Gardemoen before. I actually have this and the Orbeck scenery, but I think the Aerosoft one is a little better. So I've installed that one there. There you go, look, you see all the cargo being offloaded by GSX. Very cool, I think that's G-Tray. Anyway, yeah. Don't forget, completely free to join Alpaca Airways, the virtual airline. I'll send up the link here for you. Hopefully iniBot will recognise it, and yeah, we'll go from there. Josiah, thanks for joining in on this sector as well. We've done a good job with the chartered flight today. Right then, let's go into the cockpit. I'll force quit GS. Oh, cool! Look, you can see all the passengers going down the bridge. And I guess they're either going into some sort of pit, disappearing down there. But there's probably, well, imagine there's some stairs going to the arrivals. Anyway, let's log off of VATSIM first. Disconnect. I'm just going to restart GSX as well. I really don't know how this replay is going to work, guys. So GSX has been reset. Is there any panel states on this? Let's close all the doors first. Close all. I press close all, but they're now opening. There we are. Alright. Is there a panel state for engine start? I don't know if this does panel states. I'm not sure if it does. Let's just chuck in the... What I'll do is just chuck these up. And the lights. And we'll just start the replay, see what happens. It does have panel states. Where? Ah, it is there. There we are. We want ready for takeoff. There we are. Perfect. And then I'll just spam the flaps. So they're full. Now we'll fire off the replay. So hopefully we'll start the engines. Brake's hot now, apparently. Wait, hold on. I thought I did. Hey! That's so strange. I've disconnected off VATSIM. Look at this. But Josiah's still there. Oh, is that New Sky? That must be New Sky. Let me just close that. Oh, it's New Sky. How do I... Right. Josiah, I don't know if you're still here. Can someone tell me how in New Sky to stop traffic matching? I didn't realise it did that. Yeah, it was New Sky. So as soon as I closed New Sky, it disappeared. I'll turn off New Sky traffic injector. Ruben, if you drop me a message on Discord how to disable that. I had turned it off. It looks like it's turned back on. Anyway, let's now do the replay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So stop that. Play. Okay.
2,500, 1,570.
And the engine's spooling up. Anyway, let's have a look.
10.
10. I haven't got my funky replay music going. Let's have a look from outside then. That should be working quite well. Our doors closed, yes, doors are closed. Let's look at that landing from outside then. Turn off the flight data. Whoa! Flight controls don't seem to move on the replay. Oh, it looks a bit firmer outside. It does look a bit arcadey, doesn't it? Like how it moves. Oh, the spoilers work. No, the reverses don't, so I think I have to manually. Yeah, I can manually deploy it for the replay. Don't think the audio is quite there. Right then, let's have a look from here. Yeah, it looked a lot further from the outside than it felt inside. Yeah, the EP doors open though. Yeah, it's not the most natural looking landing, but I was happy with my centre line tracking. Look at that. Wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. Done worse. 200 odd feet per minute HMS steering, so it was okay. It was okay. Right then, anyway, I'll take it. I'll put you about here for the replay. Excellent. We'll enjoy that lovely wing view for you. Well, there we are, guys. Another Flight Sim overnight long haul live stream complete. Thank you very much for a number of you that have been here. Welcome aboard. Thanks to all the people that joined at the start and was here with me at the ending as well. It's been good fun. We'll do another one in probably not quite straight away soon. We'll do another overnight long one in the not too distant future. Anyway, we'll do a few more streams with some on annual leave. But thanks for all the support. Thanks to Bev for your tip. That was most kind of you. I'll get myself some coffee. And if I don't see you soon, guys, enjoy the rest of your week. Take care now. Bye bye.